9th, 2025. I'm Jared Halpern. 100 days into his second term, the president is trying to reorient U.S. foreign policy from Gaza to Ukraine.
Well, you know, again, as we approach 100 days, you've got President Trump getting people to a table that no one would ever have imagined would have happened.
I'm Dave Anthony. On the 100th day for the president in his return to the White House, Republicans in Congress keep working on what he calls one big, beautiful bill to fund the Trump agenda.
It's been nonstop for President Trump. You know, he came in with a mission. You know, he said, look, I'm going to deliver for the American people. And he started on his very first day, and he hasn't slowed down since.
We speak with House Majority Leader Steve Scalise.
And I'm Jason Chaffetz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
President Trump has said the war in Ukraine and the war in Gaza following the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel are both conflicts his predecessor is responsible for. Still, on the campaign trail, he suggested he could quickly end both conflicts. 100 days into his second term, those peace deals have not been signed.
He is exuding a lot of effort and time into this because he wants to be a peacemaker president, which he was in his first term. He intends to do that again.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says that was on display over the weekend when President Trump met one-on-one with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky as both leaders attended the funeral for Pope Francis.
He's also being realistic as well, and both leaders need to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this.
President Trump has increasingly expressed frustration with Russian President Vladimir Putin over recent airstrikes that President Trump says are unnecessary and contrary to the peace process. And his meeting with Zelensky was the first face-to-face since an Oval Office blow-up between the two back in February.
Look, I think that's classic President Trump. This is a man who, in this particular case, but with any deal, he knows what he wants to accomplish. This one's important, though, because people are dying every day.
Tammy Bruce is the spokesperson for the State Department. The two of us spoke Monday at a media row organized by the White House.
People thought after the dust-up in the Oval Office with President Zelensky that, it was going to be over. But no, President Trump, as we know, wants to have a result for something he's doing. He's not going to let an event ruin his trajectory. And in this case, of course, he knows, look, Zelensky made a mistake, which he admitted. And this is, people's lives are at stake, right? The people who are alive today will be dead tomorrow. And President Trump has committed these first 100 days, obviously, as a North Star to achieving peace in a variety of different situations that he inherited because of the nature of the recklessness of the world. And he is bringing a bit of order back. So this particular event, the funeral of Pope Francis, everyone being present, Pope Francis's commitment also to an end to war and to peace, it was kismet that they were in that place and could sit down. But also, President Trump and Secretary Rubio have noted multiple times now that in order for us to have peace here, both parties are going to have to compromise, that no one is going to be 100% happy, but this is an unwinnable war militarily. It is going to have to stop because the parties agree, and President Trump is determined to make that happen.
Well, I mean, and it seemed like from the message that President Trump put out following that meeting with President Zelensky that he maybe is questioning the commitment of Vladimir Putin.
Oh, I think him sitting down with President Zelensky reinforces his commitment to doing whatever is necessary to get these parties to decide and to come together and to understand what is necessary to make this happen. Having a conversation that perhaps wasn't possible last time to make sure that President Zelensky understood, and he understands, of course, the need for peace. They agreed to the ceasefire. But there's also...
But Russia hasn't, and that's kind of the question, right? At what point do you kind of run out of patience with Vladimir Putin?
This is, again, Secretary Rubio noted it would be a matter of weeks when he was in NATO. Now he's saying it's a matter of days. This is, again, going to be a process. Now, it doesn't mean that we're walking away from helping. Yeah. What it means is we're not going to be flying around the world on the drop of a dime to do and manifest meetings and to participate in them where nothing new will be agreed upon. So there are things happening 24/7, not just with the president, but with the Secretary of State, coordinate with special envoys, senior staff, other diplomats working to end this. So the president is confident, and his meeting with Zelensky in Rome shows you the nature of what is possible when you are committed to one thing and you want to get it done. And they, again, are going to look at Russia when it comes to what they do, not what they say. Know if, in fact, if it's possible, it's Trump who can make it happen. And our commitment remains, but it will look different, perhaps.
So with that as the preface, I'll go to the next international talks that are happening.
Sure.
And that's what they're on.
Sure.
I think that there was some surprise that this administration had some outreach with Iran as quickly as it did. And now it seems like these talks are at a pretty serious level. How would you describe kind of where the Trump administration is with the Iranian regime?
Well, again, this is, again, as we approach 100 days, you've got President Trump getting people to a table that no one would ever have imagined would have happened. Certainly Russia and Ukraine, over 3 years, they're at the table at least. And that's the easy part in a sense. Then comes the details. We have to say, of course, when you look at the nature of what's happening in the Middle East and the sanctions, the impact on Iran, now our mission regarding the Houthis and gaining control of that waterway back, Israel's challenge in dealing with the obscenity and the massacre of October 7th. And what everyone agrees on is that Hamas can no longer exist, and they're maybe close to not existing. But we know that Iran is on its heels. We know this economically, and that is something that is important, that now is the time, when we think about engaging with someone, getting them to the table, is making sure that they understand it, the one bright line that we have, which is that they will not have a nuclear weapon. It's not going to happen. But that, again, is an easy point when you get to a table, and then there are other details. What I do know is that the reports from our delegations are that the talks are good, that there's progress. Progress for us means what Trump wants. Okay. Trump's standard, not some oblique, weird standard that will shock everyone. It is driven by President Trump, who's always been doing things that are the best for America and best for the world, but primarily how are Americans going to have a future they can count on. And, of course, being tired of a status quo, especially in the Middle East, that has condemned generations of innocent people to death and destruction and slaughter, to where even in the 21st century you're dancing at a music festival and these monsters parachute in and slaughter you and videotape it. That is not going to continue. It is unacceptable. And Donald Trump says enough is enough. We have to have new ideas. All of this has to change. The status quo is no longer acceptable. That is the tone and the attitude driving their desire for change. And we will the American government hadn't talked to Putin for 3 years, right? And we finally are talking to him. Getting Iran to a table is only possible because of the actions, in large part due, of course, to President Trump. And they're knowing that he's a serious man who will do serious things. He said, if they do not come to the table and behave responsibly, it will be very bad for them. And
does that mean military strikes?
Well, look, I think you can ask Soleimani about what very bad means. So President Trump is known to take action that, and he's talking about it, even with Russia, additional sanctions, right? He will use whatever tool is in his tool chest, not going to get ahead of the choices he has to make. He is completely committed to diplomacy. That is obvious. And I think that the Iranians understand the seriousness that they're in, and what President Trump will do to make America great again and to save the world from this largest state sponsor of terrorism from being able to continue being such.
Does the U.S. still expect to reach a ceasefire in Gaza?
Well, we did.
Right, but it's off. And so,
yes, of course, because that's what happens. We had a ceasefire on October 7th because Hamas still exists. Israel is working to make them not exist. And that is why when we think about the things that have gone south and ceasefires being broken, we look at the monster that is Hamas. And it's, of course, not a surprise, right? This is the creature you're dealing with. But in the meantime, of course, a ceasefire has to occur both with Russia and Ukraine and in the Gazan situation, in order for people to be able to talk about what happens next. You can't discuss what happens next when there's still slaughter happening or a terrorist group is still running around with their weapons. This could stop in a moment in Gaza if Hamas said, holding over 50 people still, released 50 people, put down their arms. But they do not. And that is the cancer that keeps this from us being able to move forward. But we remain engaged because everyone knows and the region is committed to stopping this madness.
That seems to be the difference, right? That there seems to be maybe more cooperation here from Arab partners.
There is because someone named Trump is president. There is a reason why one could trust in changing the status quo, knowing that something else better would be in its place. Trump is the only one who brings that, and there is more cooperation. And when there's finally someone who says, enough with this, let's make it be different, let's have the new ideas, it opens things up. And that's where we're at. And so it will be, again, people have to stay steady. This is a commitment that will not change, but it's a matter of how we get there. Being transparent is a very good thing, but the American people are seeing the back and forth now, and it's good. That's good. But he is determined, and the American people saw that in the first term when it came to his style, and they wanted it again. And now we're going to have accomplishments that change the world for generations to come.
There were reports over the weekend that Hamas put forward a 5-year ceasefire. I guess they would release all of the remaining hostages. The U.S. was the U.S. sort of aware of that? Was that run through U.S. diplomats? And was that something that America would have agreed to?
That was, again, there's things in the media. I certainly can't speak to it. It's not something I'm going to speculate on. But what I will remind everyone of is that there is one thing that we've said that cannot continue for us to have peace, and that is the existence of Hamas in any form. And, of course, again, we had a ceasefire on October 7th. And so we're dealing with people who are not serious. And it is, this is, again, I am certainly, we've got the best people in the world working on this 24/7, addressing the nature of what may or may not be said by the terrorist group and by innocent stakeholders. But good people are dealing with this. The president, certainly the secretary, diplomats around the world are dealing with this. So we know that is a bright line regarding Hamas, and I'm sure we'll have answers soon about how this is going to look.
Tammy Bruce, welcome back to the Fox News Rundown.
Thank you.
It's good to have you back on.
I'm still talking and can't shut up, so that's nice. That's still a good.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When disaster strikes, the power goes out. And this year, it's already happening. Windstorms tearing down power lines, wildfires scorching the grid, and severe storms leaving thousands in the dark. That's why smart families are turning to the Grid Doctor 3300 from MyPatriotSupply.com. It's the only solar generator on the market with built-in EMP protection. Quiet, fume-free, rechargeable with the sun, and powerful enough to run refrigerators, freezers, and medical devices when the grid fails. But it's not just for emergencies. Use the Grid Doctor 3300 from My Patriot Supply to slash your power bill. Keep your spring adventures fully charged, or light up your next backyard barbecue without relying on the grid. No gas, no noise, just reliable, portable power. Anytime, anywhere. Protect your home. Power your life. Be ready for whatever 2025 throws your way. Get the Grid Doctor 3300 now, only at MyPatriotSupply.com. That's MyPatriotSupply.com. America's leader in emergency preparedness.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. This offer is now extended through the end of April, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations through April 30th.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local Park Friends group during Love Your Park Week in May, or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, April 29th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Gussman. Back to work for congressional Republicans who are in Washington, D.C. and facing a May deadline to pass President Trump's so-called big, beautiful budget bill. Fox's Chad Pergram.
House Speaker Mike Johnson huddling with President Trump about the big, beautiful bill.
This next few weeks is going to be critical.
Johnson insists Congress can approve the package by Memorial Day. But Republicans are skeptical. Democrats desperate for a cohesive message to wield against President Trump. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Democratic New Jersey Senator Cory Booker holding a 12-hour sit-in on the Capitol steps protesting the bill. Michigan Democrat Sri Tanadar introduced 7 articles of impeachment for the president, accusing him of, quote, tyranny. But when it comes to conventional tactics, Democrats urging their party to ditch pleasantries.
House committee set to work on funding the southern border and the military today. President Trump's week-long celebration of 100 days in office continues with a the trip to Michigan. Fox's Jeff Manasseh with the story.
It's the last state he campaigned in before winning the 2024 election. President Trump returns to Michigan today for a rally in Macomb County
to discuss all that he has achieved on behalf of the American people.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. The event is billed as a celebration of Trump's legendary start to his presidency in the first 100 days, including the closure of the southern border, deportation efforts, working on peace and trade deals, and with over 140 executive orders signed, including the dismantling of the Department of Education, establishing the Department of Government Efficiency, and cutting federal budgets and regulations. Jeff Manasseh, Fox News.
Fox Business confirming President Trump is expected to make an announcement to reduce the impact on tariffs on U.S. automakers during that trip to Michigan today. Prime Minister Mark Carney's Liberal Party projected to win Canada's federal election Monday. That was an election that focused a good deal on President Trump's trade tariffs and his vow to make Canada the 51st state. Russia announcing another brief ceasefire in the war with Ukraine. Here's Chris Foster.
It's a 3-day ceasefire in Ukraine starting May 8th, a pause for Russia's annual World War II Victory Day celebrations on the 9th. A Kremlin statement says any violation by the Ukrainian side will be met with an adequate and efficient response. White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt says President Trump wants permanent peace.
And while he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well.
Says the president's increasingly frustrated with the leaders of Russia and Ukraine. Both sides say the other ignored Russia's 30-hour ceasefire announced for Easter. Chris Foster, Fox News.
The illegal immigrant accused of stealing Kristi Noem's Gucci purse has been picked up by police for a similar crime just a few weeks prior. 49-year-old Chilean national Mario Bustamante Leyva was pursued by the NYPD for failing to appear in court when he allegedly snatched the Homeland Security Secretary's purse during Easter dinner with her family at a Washington, D.C. burger bar. Bustamante Leyva also arrested for shoplifting in Utah in 2021, as well as a headline-making crime spree in London in 2015. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We have our next Politics in Pints officially scheduled, and it's the Donald Trump's first 100 days in office theme of Politics in Pints. And it's coming up on Tuesday, May 6th at 7:30 p.m. You don't want to miss it. Tickets available, 1210WPHT.com.
Remember Politics in Pints. We'll be heavy on the pints, if you know what I mean. Thank you to the Colonial Theater.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in Caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report. Stocks ending mixed on Monday. However, the Dow and S&P 500 notched their 5th straight session of gains, with the Dow rising 114 points. The Nasdaq lower by 17, S&P 500 up 4. Wall Street is bracing for a busy week for first quarter earnings. Also on deck this week, key economic data on growth, inflation, and jobs. Stocks have somewhat rebounded from recent lows, and in terms of markets hitting bottom, Jeff Sika, president of Circle Squared Alternative Investments, said that depends on earnings reports this week from mega-cap tech companies Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Meta.
These 4 companies could determine at least the short-term direction of the market, because a lot of these companies have focus in China.
A slew of earnings are on tap for today, including Coca-Cola, General Motors, Pfizer, UPS, Starbucks, among others. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Hillary Barsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Democrats are not celebrating President Trump's 100th day back in office.
We are witnessing in real time an attack on the economy, an attack on health care.
That's House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, who led a protest outside the Capitol on Sunday.
Instead of leaning into that vision of bringing the American dream to life, this Republican budget is actually doing the exact opposite.
Now, other Democrats joined Jeffries in what they called a sit-in, protesting what the president calls one big, beautiful bill to fund his agenda. Senator Cory Booker was there, saying the GOP legislation would include cuts to Medicaid and other key programs like food assistance.
Don't tell me you believe in MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, and then cut the funding that gets people access to the healthy, fresh foods.
Now, Republicans are using a process in the Senate called budget reconciliation, meaning Democrats can't block the bill with a filibuster. All it would need is a majority in the Senate and the House, which Republicans have. And they say they have to act, funding border security and other items in the Trump agenda to keep up with the president.
It's been nonstop for President Trump. You know, he came in with a mission. You know, he said, look, I'm going to deliver for the American people. And he started on his very first day, and he hasn't slowed down since.
Congressman Steve Scalise is the House Majority Leader, a Republican from Louisiana.
The big, beautiful bill, the budget reconciliation bill is going to be, I think, the hallmark of President Trump's second term, and that is to not only ensure that we don't have a major tax increase, to lock in the Trump tax cuts from 2017. That's probably the biggest piece of this, but then we're also doing a lot to open up more energy production in America. We're going to be fully funding the president's border security measures, like funding the construction of the wall, to build out the rest of the wall, to give our Border Patrol agents the tools they need, drone technology and night vision goggles, the kind of things that, unfortunately, the cartels in Mexico have that we don't have. You know, we're going to be giving our Border Patrol agents that kind of technology so that they can go and help secure our border even more. And then we're going to address some of the other problems that we're having with, out-of-control agencies, some of the DOGE savings we want to lock in, all in this bill. And that work starts this week. But the good news is we can get this done without Democrats in Washington. And I think it's going to be something that has broad support around the country. And a lot of Democrats are going to pay a price for voting no on very popular policies that are going to help get our country back on track.
All right. Now, obviously, you saw over the weekend there was the sit-in that Democrats had outside the Capitol. And one of the things that they keep saying over and over again with the legislation that you're working on is that in order to make this bill get through, you need to make a lot of budget cuts, and they claim that you're going to go after key programs. This is Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. I want you to get your reaction to what he had to say. Here he is.
If you say to the Energy and Commerce Committee that you've got to cut $880 billion, that means Medicaid. Yeah. That's the only way to do it.
And they also say, Congressman, that there are food assistance programs that are going to be cut as a result of the legislation that Republicans are working on. What do you say?
Well, if you look at some of the ads they've been running, and believe me, they've been running a lot of commercials against some of our vulnerable members. They're so over the top and false that we've had the ads taken down. You know, they're talking about disabled people losing health care. That's just a flat-out lie. In fact, we could come out of this with better health care for disabled people. Now, we'll tell you, let's be clear about this. There will be work requirements put back in place. And that, by the way, was something Bill Clinton supported. That Democrats used to support, work requirements for some of these programs like Medicaid, work requirements for food stamps that used to have broad universal support. Now Democrats don't want you to even have to work to get benefits. That's draining a lot of these programs. Those programs are not working as well for the truly disabled and the needy, pregnant women. So how about we get back to having these programs work for the people who deserve it? And then get rid of the waste, fraud, and abuse. Look, there was a GAO study that was highlighted recently that said there's $60 billion a year in waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. Again, most people are sick and tired of all the lies out of Washington. They want these programs to work better for them. They want efficiencies out of government. They're tired of seeing their tax dollars wasted, and they're going to work while some guy's sitting at home, a 35-year-old guy, sitting at home playing video games, getting all this free stuff from the government.
The Trump tax cuts from the first time he was in office, 2017, they expire. You are trying to get them extended and make them permanent in this latest bill that you're still working on. Democrats have said this is a handout to the rich. Obviously, they said that back in 2017 as well. What happens if you aren't successful with the Trump tax cuts?
This is where the Democrat lies actually would have a devastating impact on families. let's say the Democrats got their way. They're going to all vote no on this bill. If we were not able to renew those 2017 tax cuts, and they keep talking about the billionaires, over 95% of Americans will see a tax increase. Now, I've checked the numbers. 95% of Americans are not millionaires and billionaires, yet that's what the Democrats are saying and lying about. So you got a guy making $70,000 a year right now, a family that's just barely getting by at $70,000 a year, $60,000 a year. Their taxes will go up, all with the Democrats saying, oh, it's the millionaires and billionaires. And they're going to go, wait a minute. I'm not a millionaire or a billionaire. I'm barely getting by. Why do you want to raise my taxes? And we're fighting to protect those middle and lower income families, which, by the way, those were the people who benefited the most from the Trump 2017 tax cuts. It was lower and middle income families. The numbers all there. You can go look at the data. Even Biden's own data backed it up, that it was lower and middle income families who benefited the most. Women-owned businesses at their highest levels. Minority-owned businesses at their highest levels.
Now, I've seen that there may be part of this where there would be some taxpayers who would get into a higher tax bracket. Is that what is part of the plan?
No, we're not going to have any tax increases on anybody.
Okay, because I heard about millionaires, Congressman, about a millionaire's tax or something like that.
There was talk of a higher income bracket, a top rate income tax increase. Again, why would we want to raise taxes on anybody? Let's keep tax rates low. Let's keep investment in America. And by the way, when we lowered those tax rates in 2017, go back and look at what was happening in America. We had the highest corporate rate in the world at 35%. The world average was 23%. So we were losing all these great American businesses. They were leaving America. And when we cut the rates, the lies about tax cuts for the rich, what ended up happening is not only did lower and middle income families see the biggest benefit, but you actually brought millions of jobs back to America. Do you know we have not had what's called an inversion? We have not had a company leave America for lower tax rates since we cut those rates in 2017. So let's keep creating jobs in America, keep our tax rates low, and then everybody will benefit from that.
Now, the polling has suggested that a lot of Americans are nervous about the economy. Only about a third support the president in his tariffs that have caused a lot of concern in the global markets over the last month or two. There has been some movement in Congress trying to say that the president has overstepped his authority and have Congress take the reins on tariff policy. Is that at all possible?
I don't see that happening. And look, you go back to the State of the Union again. President Trump did say, there will be some short-term pain, but countries have been ripping us off for a long time. And for whatever reason, presidents for decades, Republican and Democrat presidents, have just looked the other way. So, you've got friendly countries. India is hitting us with 80% tariffs on certain products. And we don't hit them with anything. And we can't even sell a lot of our products in their markets. And yet they want to sell anything in America, they can do that. And so can't we just get back to zero tariffs from everybody? Fair trade, what everybody agrees with. Free trade is one thing, but when it's not fair, really undermines the ability for us to compete globally. So if we get to fair trade with all of these countries around the world, and China's going to be isolated because China doesn't play by anybody's rules. But if everybody else at least treats America fairly, number one, the prices will come down, the tariffs will come down, and you'll see a lot of this equalized. But if we get the tax code right, and that's what we're focused on, Congress is focused on locking in tax rates so that nobody has a tax increase. I've heard there's trillions, $4 trillion possibly, sitting on the sidelines waiting to be invested in America based on what we do with the tax code. And so that's going to get economic growth, wage growth. You're going to have more money in your pockets, lower inflation for America once we pass this bill, which is why we're moving it through this process and hopefully going to get it on the president's desk by June. We're starting to move through the committees. You can watch it on C-SPAN. It's all going to be fully transparent. And you're going to watch the Democrats oppose every effort to keep tax rates low. You're going to watch Democrats oppose border security measures. You're going to watch every Democrat in Congress also oppose the ability to produce more energy in America. So it's going to be important for the country to watch who wants to see this economy take off again and who's against all the things that President Trump campaigned on.
So as you work on this budget bill, you talked about June. There was some hope that by Memorial Day that you could have the budget reconciliation passed through the House and Senate. Is that possible?
Again, I look at June as somewhere in that time frame, and getting this done by summer would be important for a lot of reasons. But when people are ready, the country is ready to get this economy moving again. Again, we understand every Democrat in Washington is just, like a rabid dog, is just trained to vote no on anything Donald Trump wants. But the country wants relief. The country wants to get, their pocketbooks flush again with cash. And we're going to be focused on doing that.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Republican congressman from Louisiana, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Great being with you. It's going to be a wild ride and fun time.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you could save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/news. That's ethos.com/news.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
The God of Hope has blessed our nation with a new leader, a new direction, and a renewed hope for America. Join us to pray for Jesus to fill us with joy and peace through the power of the Holy Spirit at the National Day of Prayer on Thursday, May 1st at Rose Tree Park in Media, PA. Everyone is invited. It's free. Music begins at 11:30 a.m. on May 1st. Come celebrate and thank our dear Lord for the hope He has given to us through Jesus. Learn more at nationaldayofprayerdelco.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. President Trump expected to announce a decision to reduce the impact of tariffs on automakers in Michigan. Fox Business confirming the announcement will come during his trip there today. Liberal Mark Carney projected to remain in power as Canada's prime minister. Well, that election was dominated by President Trump's trade war and his vows to make Canada the U.S.'s 51st state. Thousands of L.A. workers have begun a 2-day strike after contract talks broke down.
Quite a few of our members that lost everything in the fires in the Pacific Palisades and Altadena and Sylmar. And so we know about what a tragedy that is. This is a $48 billion budget. I'm not going to use frontline workers. I'm not going to let them be scapegoated.
That's Union Local President David Green. America is listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Milwaukee Bucks had their worst fears confirmed on Monday. An MRI revealed a torn left Achilles tendon for Bucks star Damian Lillard. The injury was suffered Sunday during Milwaukee's Game 4 playoff loss to the Indiana Pacers. The injury ends Lillard's season and puts next year in jeopardy after Lillard fought his way back from a blood clot in his right leg, which caused him to miss the final 14 games of the regular season and the first game of the playoffs. Milwaukee is one loss away from being eliminated from the postseason. The team has won just one playoff series since winning the NBA title in 2021. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. ChatGPT is now a shopping app, too. OpenAI has released a new shopping tool to all ChatGPT users. The AI shopping assistant can compare products and prices and provide links to online stores, but so far only for a handful of product categories, such as electronics, beauty, and home goods. Even so, the feature is a challenge to rivals including Google and Amazon, where many product searches result in clicks to purchase. However, people find their Mother's Day gifts, they intend to spend more on mom this year. More than $500 million more, according to the National Retail Federation. Its annual survey found that even amid economic uncertainty, 84% of adults plan to celebrate, same as last year. And total Mother's Day spending could top $34 billion. Most of that spent on flowers, greeting cards, and dinner out. Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6986.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Yo, Philly, Landon Dickerson here. You showed up for us all season, and now we need your support again. Join me and the World Champs on Saturday, May 17th for the Eagles Autism Challenge, presented by Lincoln Financial. I look forward to this event every year, and all I gotta say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
He's coming. Here he goes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless.
What a waste. Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
The reason many of us hate insurance companies is because some of them act like bullies. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been dealing with these creatures my whole career. Whether it's a workers' comp claim, an auto accident, or a nursing home or medical mishap, the playbook is often the same: deny and delay. We became the largest injury firm in America for a reason. We fight the bullies. They know who we are, and I know it makes a difference for our clients. Just go to forthepeople.com and see our results and our verdicts after those bullies gave us their final offer. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous. Hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. It's easy to get going. Visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer, or call us on your cell at Pound Law, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-568-4433. 4433. 800-568-4433.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let me just say, fly, Eagles, fly, right?
And away we go, live on this Tuesday, April 29th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Yes, that's how it sounded yesterday as your Super Bowl 59 champions visited the White House of 47, that being Donald J. Trump. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Welcome
Happy
back.
Tuesday.
Welcome back.
You.
How was Missouri?
Oh, the college visits, the pressures. May 1st, is the big deadline.
Under pressure.
Under pressure.
Well,
Does your family do anything that's not right at the wire? I've never seen a human being that operates like you do, where it's like, when's the deadline? 2 days, okay, we have to fly out to Missouri. Let's go, come on.
And away we go.
Hey, if you want to see one last college, you want to be sure, it's okay.
So it's down to Missouri.
Thanks to Greg Stocker.
Missouri and what other schools?
Mizzou, Syracuse, Elon University.
Right.
Temple.
Okay.
Great local, the Lou Klein School of Communication, of course. Lou Klein, great Philadelphian legend.
Yep. We should bring him in, sit him next to Greg, line up
David.
a couple of the football helmets or the baseball caps, and have his announcement for his decision live on YouTube.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, it'd be like Stenzelin's signing day. Gregory, how are you?
One day I will be wrong. Today is not that day.
So we all want Jalen Hurts dead now, right?
No.
Jalen Hurts can't root for him anymore.
He had a scheduling conflict.
Yeah.
It happens.
Remember all of you when we went through the roster and you were like, no, they'll come. I'm like, no, they're not.
I said, 47 of 53?
Brandon Graham didn't go. If there was no practice squad and front office, that would have been a very empty stage.
Oh. So how many players do you think did not attend?
I would say
Jalen obviously the notable.
I would say the majority. Devontae Smith wasn't there. A.J. Brown wasn't there. Brandon Graham wasn't there.
Okay. I have yet to see a full list of who didn't attend. How nobody has that is beyond me in this city.
Well, if you look on something other than Twitter, you can find things.
Did you find it? Do you have the full list?
No, but I mean, like, just do research other than just on Twitter.
I did. I found the thread from Crossing Broad.
Okay. Hey, it's on Twitter!
No, it's a website. Do we have to go through this again as to what's a website and what's not? By the way, anybody that's on Twitter probably is attached to a website.
Oh, God, okay.
Look, Charles Barkley was there. Or Charles Barkley. I can't believe I said Charles Barkley. Saquon Barkley was there. Howie was there.
I have to say,
was there.
I'm going to
and Rich Cioli was there.
I'm going to throw a Molotov cocktail. I'm going to throw a Molotov cocktail at 6:04.
Oh, my golf buddies from TMF yesterday are going to love this one.
What?
You could really say that not all, but the majority of the players that attended versus the players that didn't was divided on racial lines.
I can see that. I don't think that's a Molotov cocktail.
Okay.
I think that's just fact.
I'm just saying. I get. Mekhi Becton was there. Of course he was. But, it's the usual people who you would have thought would have gone to the White House versus not. Saquon Barkley is the only one that I thought was not going to go that did.
Well, apparently he dates a white chick, so that explains everything.
Stop.
That's what everybody's
Stop making
saying.
it racial.
That's what it is.
I'm not making it racial. I'm just saying that if you look at if you look at the lines of who went and who didn't, it's divided on race lines.
All right, so Phil just printed this out. It's great. We have 3 producers, and I finally have one that handed me something of relevance. Let's see here. Hurts, Brown, Devontae Smith on offense.
Brandon Graham,
Jalen Carter, Darius Slay, although he's no longer on the team. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, also no longer on the team.
Zach Bond.
N'Kobe Dean.
Kenyon Mitchell.
Josh Sweat, and Nolan Smith. Those were the notable omissions. Notable that attended: Barkley, Lane Johnson, Mailata, Dickerson, Juergens, Becton, Blankenship, DeJean, and Bradbury. So white guys and offensive linemen and Polynesians, and the running backs who date white chicks went, and some of the most notable players on offense did not go.
The best radio yesterday, honestly, and I should never say this, but the best radio yesterday was sports radio trying to tiptoe around this subject. It was amazing to hear. Well, America's America. People have the choice to make whatever choice they want to.
Yeah.
It was amazing to listen to.
Thank God I don't have to work in that industry anymore.
I understand it. I get it. I understand what they're doing. I would do the same thing. But boy, the tiptoeing around what was the biggest story yesterday
See,
in this area.
I would just say to the boss, I'd be like, either we're talking about the story or we're not.
Yeah.
As Pete Hegseth said when he signed his executive order, the no more walking on eggshells policy. See how I tie that together?
That's why we're the purest form of radio.
That's right. Raw and authentic.
We are pure.
A
virgin.
I say that with all the humility in the world. We are the purest form of radio because we don't stray away from any topic.
That's right.
Nothing.
We don't stray.
Absolutely nothing.
That's correct.
Thank you.
A lot of good stuff to get to on the show today. We're going to get to a big take with the theme of we're all being played. It'll be about Jalen Hurts. It'll be about Saquon Barkley and their differing decisions, as well as an interview that Donald Trump took part in with Jeffrey Goldberg and a couple of writers from The Atlantic. We'll get to that coming up. A lot of great stories today.
Oh, you're saying okay?
A lot of great stories.
No, it's. I thought The Atlantic was the enemy of the people.
Well, we'll talk about it. Also, the cut sheet absolutely loaded today. It's Tuesday, so that's usually Greg's favorite day of the cut sheet. And Dawn is back, so we give it to her for round number 1 of the news because the music bed is already run out. 6:07, round number 1. Fresh off of a trip to the Golden Arches in Missouri, the great Dawn Stenson.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This, Tuesday morning, April 29th, as we wind down, we are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. So in the news this morning, and there's so much to talk about, but we want to get to a developing story overnight as we learn that a carjacking suspect who led police on a wild chase in the Northeast is dead. That confirmation from police this morning. This guy was shot dead by police after that chase happened last night. Started around 8 p.m. The driver was in a gray sedan being chased by police along the boulevard. This went on for at least 5 miles. Suspect could be seen traveling at a very high rate of speed against traffic on the boulevard. Pretty crazy as you look at the news chopper video of that. At one point, you could see the suspect traveling at that high rate of speed, like I say, headed into the traffic, against traffic. In other words, a game of chicken for anybody on the roadway. Suspect can even be seen pointing what looks like and what police say was a gun, pointing that out the window. So at the end of the day, the police, the story here is that the suspect jumps out of the vehicle at some point, shoots multiple times. Officers then return those shots. So one 15th district officer, a 25th district officer, those officers were the ones who were shot at and returned fire, we're told. So the suspect initially was reported in critical condition in the hospital. We have the confirmation he is deceased. Later died at the hospital.
It'd be interesting to see what toxicology reports show. Is he just naturally stupid, driving the wrong way, doing what he did? Or was he under the influence of alcohol and or drugs?
Naturally stupid. Is that like a coroner's report?
Yeah,
that's official?
That's my definition of sober.
Oh, my God.
Naturally stupid.
Oh, my goodness. So that remains under investigation, but that's the latest on that one. A follow-up on a story that we had talked about. Remember when we had talked about the fact that a man seemed to be waiting for a woman as she was coming out to, this was a Montgomery County apartment complex, and she comes out early in the morning to go to work, to go to her car in the parking lot, and it would appear that a man was waiting for her and then jumps on her, attacks her, just a brutal attack. We showed you that video last week. It was all caught on surveillance cameras. Well, at this point, police say they have made an arrest of a man, 36-year-old Raymond Bautista of Allentown, Pennsylvania, arrested, charged with aggravated assault, but also aggravated assault of an unborn child. The woman is pregnant.
Well, now we know that was, I'm assuming it's safe to say, a targeted, identified attack, that this person knew. I mean, Allentown to Montgomery County is a decent drive. You just don't drive all the way down there, to knock somebody over that you don't know.
That's how it would appear.
Yeah.
I imagine we'll get the rest of the details as far as the relationship, but the police have not released it. But to your point, Nick, police do confirm it was indeed a targeted attack against a pregnant woman.
If I recall, because we played the video here on the cut sheet last week, after he jumped out, I mean, remember, if you guys were watching on YouTube last week, this guy just flew into your screen out of nowhere, blindsided the lady, and I thought he kicked her or stomped her a couple of times.
If you look at the video, it looks like it. It looks like he's kicking her and then kind of jumps on top of her and with his arms to each side, punching her side to side.
Yep.
It's crazy. So he's in custody. Police say they continue to investigate. His preliminary hearing, by the way, next week, May 7th. So we've got that going on. Watching the latest in the trial of Maurice Hill. Remember, he's the guy accused of holding police on that standoff 6 years ago. It would be 6 years this coming up August, shooting multiple police officers. And so now at this point, we'll see how his defense team, now that the prosecution is arrested, how his defense team takes over on this one. Maurice Hill, we got that going on. Obviously talking a lot about Eagles Super Bowl victory at the White House. Who was there, who was not there, and even Trump weighing in on the tush push. That was fun.
Yeah, Big Dom was a big part of the festivities. I'm told by my sources that Tom Homan might hire Big Dom to join the the Border Czar ice team. You imagine that? Tom Homan and Big Dom together cleaning up the streets of America.
And since we talked about this yesterday, we were all texting each other last night. Not only will Trump be in Michigan later today celebrating his first 100 days in office, but as well, we hear locally and across the nation a commemoration 18 years ago on this day, April 29th, 2007. This was the day First Lieutenant Travis Manion, U.S. Marine, LaSalle College High School. Of course, this is why you were out yesterday.
Yep.
Nick,
beautiful
to
day.
Commemorate his life and raise awareness and money, but he was killed in action on this day.
Yeah, Ryan Manion with a great speech yesterday. Colonel Tom Manion, great speech. Perfect day for golf at the Union League in Liberty Hill over in Lafayette Hill. Just a beautiful course. We actually played really well, by the way.
You
by
did?
the way, yes. We out of 29 groups, we ended up finished tied for fourth at 13 under par. The winning score was 16 under.
Look at you.
Yeah, we all had a really good day. Most people brought their A game.
And you were playing with a winner, or not a winner, but somebody who donated to the Radiothon back in March, right?
Donated I think $1,500, and it was a foursome. So
and what was the gentleman's name?
Sean, Matthew, and Keith.
Nice,
great group of guys.
Nice. And I noticed they said Greg Stocker sucks.
Yes, they did. They said I don't always agree with Greg, but I will say this was Matthew, the guy that paid for the donation.
Yeah.
But I do love the cut sheet. He says.
Okay, good.
Nice.
Good.
So it was, it was kind of Jalen Hurts. It was kind of passive aggressive. I got to be honest.
Well, speaking of that, so before we came on the air, just before, they were talking about a new survey that says 84% of adults planning to celebrate bigger than ever Mother's Day upcoming, spending what is guesstimated to be $34 billion in spending on Mother's Day, mostly flowers. So I would suggest rather than flowers and rather than breaking the bank, why not go to our sponsor this morning, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Secrets of spoiling the moms in your life this spring. 3 locations, Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, at the Lowe's Hotel. You can visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are always available. JosephAnthony.com. As we heat up to 82 degrees. A little breeze today, but feeling summer-like. I don't know if Nick Kayal will be out sneaking out to golf a little bit more.
No, I'm done. I'm sore as hell, Dawn. I'm going home and taking a massive nap today.
Big nap time.
Big nap.
Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, a big take on a Tuesday. Stay right there. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. It's Kayal and Company. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, let's go. Tuesday morning, 6:20 a.m., Rise and Shine, Philadelphia. Go time. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. So many good stories to get to. Kamala Harris will reemerge on Wednesday. We have a Kristi Noem purse update yet again. Also, the Virginia Jeffries story, her lawyer saying, I'm not so sure about this. We'll give you those details. And then also a very interesting story from the New York Times with the headline, A Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body. We'll get to that story coming up a little bit later. But right now, let's get to a Tuesday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning. We're all being played, so don't take the bait. You know, I've worked with Dawn Stensland now for closing in on 3 years, and I've learned 3 things. 1, the media has a bias by omission. 2, Dawn has said many times, quote, get it together, GOP, and in fact, they have, hence the wins last fall. And number 3, we're all getting played. Today's theme of the Big Take is about the third thing, getting played and taking the bait. As Joe Biden says, on my board of drops, don't. Do not allow politicians to play you, whether they're on your team or on the opposing team. And that rings true today with 2 stories revolving around Donald Trump. First of all, the world champion Philadelphia Eagles going to the White House to be honored for winning Super Bowl 59. Who went and who didn't, followed by Donald Trump's recent interview with The Atlantic that dropped yesterday. But we begin with the Eagles at the White House on Monday and the stark contrast to the Birds star running back Saquon Barkley and their franchise quarterback Jalen Hurts. The 2,000-yard running back has no issue with surrounding himself with Donald Trump. The face of the franchise, Jalen Hurts, apparently wants no part of 47. But let's go through this timeline. Here was Jalen Hurts last Thursday at the Time Magazine Top 100 Gala when asked about whether or not he would attend Monday's White House ceremony. Listen and watch.
Are you planning on visiting the White House next week?
Got it.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you.
So no answer there. I said it the first time we discussed this on Friday's cut sheet, and I'll say it again. That was a passive-aggressive Donovan McNabb type response. Well, we got our answer yesterday. Jalen Hurts did not attend. Hurts claimed that it was due to a scheduling conflict, but I'm calling BS on that. That said, I don't hate him for it. I've been a Jalen Hurts fan since 2016 when he was a freshman for Nick Saban at Alabama. He's a class act. He's a good guy. He does a lot of good things for Philadelphia School District students, like providing air conditioners for schools without them. But here is my stance on this one last time. I thought he would go. I said that multiple times on the show. I'm disappointed that he didn't go. It's fine if he didn't, but I believe as a $50 million face of the franchise, I believe you should go and you should suck it up. Put a smile on your face, get it over with, and then head on out. I personally would go either way, regardless of party affiliation and regardless of who is in the White House. But when you combine the non-answer of last week with the scheduling conflict this week, that's why I arrive at the conclusion it's BS. But at the end of the day, it's his right. I still love the guy, and I really care about the fact that he wins Super Bowls. That's all I'm judging him on. I'm not in the business of the left with canceling opposing viewpoints in politics and canceling people from my life, whether it's in sports, pop culture, entertainment, family, and friends, just because they do something politically That doesn't jive with me. Plus, Jalen Hurts, and nobody's talking about this, he attended the Trump White House the first time Trump was in office when Alabama won the national championship in 2017. Phil, please throw this picture up of Trump, Jalen Hurts, and Nick Saban on YouTube. Over in the left-hand corner, you will see a young Jalen Hurts. Much like I didn't hold it against Jalen Hurts for not going, I don't think anybody should hold it against Saquon Barkley for having to apologize or issue a single word of a statement on social media after being with Trump on Sunday at Bedminster. But he did. The legendary running back tweeted the following yesterday. Phil, if you could throw this up on YouTube. Saquon Barkley says, LOL, some people are really upset because I played golf and flew to the White House with the president. Maybe I just respect the office. Not a hard concept to understand. Just golfed with Obama not too long ago. And I look forward to finishing my round with Trump. Now get out of my mentions with all this politics and have an amazing day. To which I say, you owe nobody an apology, Saquon. If you allow either guy's decisions to ruin your Eagles Sunday, whether or not they went to see Donald Trump or not, in my opinion, that's a you problem. This is not a Colin Kaepernick situation. This is not kneeling for the flag. Here was Donald Trump talking about the world champion Eagles and star running back Saquon Barkley. Listen and watch.
The season started off slow, but you soon caught fire with your great coach inspiring you, and you got the ball to your superstar running back who I met yesterday, and I want to tell you he's a handsome guy, but I wouldn't want to tackle him. Saquon Barkley. Where's Saquon? He's good. I got to know him a little bit. I offered him a ride on Air Force One because I was coming down. And usually they say, no, I don't think so. He said, I'll take it, sir. And he loved it. We loved being together. He's a great young guy.
Now we get to Donald Trump and The Atlantic as 47 sat down for an interview with the same publication that broke the first Pete Hegseth Signal app chat story. The title of the column, I run the country and I run the world. Trump writes, or I should say they write, Donald Trump explains his victory and his plan. It was written by Ashley Parker and Michael Scherer, as well as editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg, who is the man who released the Hegseth story. But staying with Dawn's theme of we're all being played, let's think about this for a moment. After the Hegseth story with Signal, it was the Atlantic is the enemy of the people, which I don't think you're really wrong in saying that. They write a lot of stuff that I don't agree with. And also, nobody should trust the Atlantic reporters. Trump even said, quote, I didn't even know they were still in business, end quote. What happens? He sits down for an interview with them. And then on the flip side, the Atlantic writes things like Trump is Hitler, Trump's a Nazi, Trump is a threat to democracy. I love politics. I love Republican policies. Trump is my guy. I can't stand the far left policies and their woke ideology, but I'm not a sucker. I'm not going to be played, and I wouldn't allow yourself to get played. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 is the number. You can be involved on social media at 1210 WPHT. That is the X handle. You can fire away with your YouTube comments, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. So, again, the notable Eagle players who didn't attend the ceremony yesterday, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jalen Carter, Brandon Graham, Darius Slay, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean, Josh Sweat, and Nolan Smith. Some of those guys no longer on the team. The notable players who were present, Saquon Barkley, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Landon Dickerson, Cam Jurgens, Mekhi Becton, Reed Blankenship, Cooper DeJean, and James Bradbury. Dawn, your thoughts on the two notables, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley. One goes, one doesn't. How do you handle that? How do you interpret that?
You know, I don't remember a time with other teams that we said, well, who went and who didn't go, or who on the offensive line went and who, you know what I mean? Everybody wants to look into this, and I don't really think it matters. I don't. I think, first of all, Saquon Barkley is the future of the franchise, and he was there big time. And so that's wonderful. But also, Johnson was there. There were so many who were there. Dom, whether it was Sirianni, whether it was Jeff Lurie who spoke. And I think, Jeff Lurie saying that when he was a kid growing up and he would see this with, the White House and presidents of the past celebrating Super Bowl teams and dreaming of that moment, that's what matters. To me, at the end of the day, I'm glad they went. I think it was classy. I think they had a lot of fun. I don't know. I'm going to take those who didn't go at their word.
Mm-hmm.
If they had a scheduling conflict, okay, that's fine.
So,
they missed out, and that's unfortunate. But I don't think at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me.
I look at it from the standpoint of I don't buy scheduling conflicts when you have something that big, that far out that you knew of. We knew for weeks that they were going, and that was going to be the day, Monday, April 28th. I think that was broke. That story broke maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. Remember, we were talking about whether or not the team would accept the invitation. They didn't go the first time around. But there was a mixed bag of people because we were all talking about it yesterday while we were golfing at Travis Manion Foundation's Radiothon golf outing. Some people saying that they don't agree with Jalen Hurts. It's out of respect for the office that you go. Other people said they didn't care one way or the other. They keep politics and sports separate. And then I had a few people, especially at the dinner afterwards when we finished around 7, they didn't even know that the Eagles were at the White House yesterday. So you talk about like some people just not being aware of the things that we talk about for a living, and that was in play as well. But then again, I was trying to chronicle some of our round yesterday on X by posting some pictures. I saw the story about Jalen Hurts from 6 ABC break in the early afternoon, or maybe it was even in the late morning, and I retweeted it. And a couple of people from 6 ABC that saw that tweet that follow me responded. And I want to give you the two differences in opinions because I think people are actually somewhat split. I think there's a third of people that care, a third that don't, and a third that just probably didn't even know. Let me read this. This was from Stephen Gary at SAG1015 in regards to Saquon Barkley being with Trump. Stephen says he owes Americans an apology. Saquon Barkley. So this is obviously an anti-Trump guy. Stephen Gary, some guy who follows me. Then on the other side, Wes Bartlett at Sages IM tweets me in regards to Jalen Hurts not going. I liked Jalen. His true colors shown today, and this is just an awful thing to say. Hoping for a career ender in the first game next year. No class liberal douchebag. That was the response of Wes Bartlett, who's got a puppy dog for his Twitter avatar. Jeez. I mean, look, I would have preferred Jalen Hurts to go, but to wish injury upon somebody that you used to like that simply decided not to go to the White House, I mean, why would you ever? That's one of like the rules of sports. It's like the unwritten rule. You never cheer an injury. Remember 25, 30 years ago when Michael Irvin got hurt at the vet and they had to cart him out on the stretcher because I think he broke his neck or was almost paralyzed. And there were some people that cheered. Like that kind of makes you a lowlife, right? You don't root for somebody to have a career-ending injury. Yeah. So there was a stark contrast in opinions that I saw on X. Again, I know X is not real life.
Can I just tell? I thought Saquon Barkley. He put LOL. Some people are really upset because I played golf and flew to the White House with the president, all caps.
Yeah.
Maybe I just respect the office. Not a hard concept to understand. Just golfed with Obama not too long ago. Look forward to finishing my round with Trump. Now you get out my mentions with all this politics and have an amazing day.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yep.
The best it was, not the best, but the most transparent. Did you see Les Bowen?
No.
You know who Les Bowen is?
Yeah, former Daily News writer.
Yeah. He said, Saquon is a good person and a wonderful player. It's tricky when people in sports with huge platforms and good intentions blunder into stuff they don't fully grasp. To me, this is Reggie White at the Wisconsin legislature level cluelessness. Not a bad guy, but out of his depth. Can you imagine the gall of Les Bowen to sit here and say, Saquon just doesn't know what he's
not
doing.
Intelligent enough to know what he's representing.
Let White Les Bowen explain to Saquon Barkley what he doesn't understand about this. Like screw you, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
Give me a break.
Yeah, preaching from his soapbox.
And I would have said the same thing if somebody said the same about Jalen Hurts not attending.
Yes.
These guys know exactly what they're doing.
Yes.
They're all savvy businessmen. They are.
Right.
Or they have savvy businessmen around them.
And all of these guys, specifically Barkley and Hurts, because those are the two most notable guys on this team and the two biggest reasons why this team won a championship. I mean, these guys are making massive amounts of money where they can, again, different rules for different fools, different players, different kind. Saquon Barkley's not worried about losing endorsements. Jalen Hurts not worried about losing endorsements. They're not the 53rd player on the roster. They're going to be fine financially. And I do think it's insulting to say that you don't think either one of these guys can sit here and talk a little about the economy or talk a little bit about illegal immigration. But guess what? You know what? You don't really need to know any of that to go to the White House. And the last time I checked, how about this? Of all the presidents we've had in our lifetime, are there any two bigger personalities when it comes to pop culture and crossover appeal, regardless of whether you like either one of them, than Donald Trump and Barack Obama? No.
Yeah.
Was George Bush pop culture? No. Was Joe Biden pop culture? No. Obama's got this charisma. Trump is a unicorn. He's one of one.
Bill Clinton was.
Bill Clinton, correct. Yes. There are, I think, some presidents that transcend politics.
Yep.
In my lifetime, it's probably Reagan, Clinton, Obama, and Trump. The Bushes didn't move the needle in that genre of entertainment. Biden certainly did not. And nobody else that was in the mix in the running, Hillary, you name it, nobody else did. So I have no problem with these people going. But, does Les Bowen even write for the Daily News anymore, or is he retired?
I'm not 100% sure.
I thought he retired, but nice to see that he still has an elitist D-bag view from 30,000 feet.
The racial undertones of that. You know what I mean? The poor, not poor, but,
very elite.
Black running back does not know the depths of politics like I do. Yeah. And he went to the White House not knowing, oh, God, can you be any more of a out-of-touch jay-off?
Yeah, I agree. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. And then on the other side of the big take with The Atlantic and Trump. So the interview, which was conducted by Jeffrey Goldberg, who's the editor-in-chief, Ashley Parker, and Michael Schur, they sat down in this interview, and Trump reiterated that Waltz and Hegseth are respectively, quote, fine and safe in their current roles, saying, quote, I think we learned maybe we don't use Signal, okay? If you want to know the truth, I would frankly tell these people not to use Signal, although it's been used by a lot of people. But whatever it is, whoever has it, whoever owns it, I wouldn't want to use it. Parker asked, you don't use Signal yourself? Trump said, I don't use it. No. So that's actually the same thing that I was saying after Signal Chat Story 1, Signal Chat Story 2, and Signal Chat Story 3. Are we really relegated to a little app messenger chat thing? Trump's not a fan of it. I have not been a fan of it since this story broke. I think there's probably better ways to communicate with confidential, secret information than basically this alleged app that's apparently safe and used by everybody. But boy, I tell you what, a lot of leaks come from Signal Chat. I would have moved elsewhere.
The biggest story, I think, out of that Atlantic thing, other than the fact that he did it, because you're 100% right that it's this both sides where the Atlantic is they're the enemy of the people and don't trust the Atlantic, and Jeffrey Goldberg is a lying blah 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 blah. But I'll sit down and do a cover story with him. And on the other hand, the Atlantic is like, it's the end of democracy. Trump is a threat to democracy. He's Hitler. But we'll do an interview with him.
What do you think the motive was for Trump to do it? Do you think it was to get a little off-the-record info from Goldberg, some self-reconnaissance on maybe some things that Goldberg was sitting on that he didn't fully release, that he can kind of keep in the memory bank when dealing with Waltz or Hegseth in the future? Was that part of it? Do you think it was one of these things where it's an ego stroke? I mean, this is, to me, and if you're to sit here and say who needs who more, I think the Atlantic needs Trump.
Of course.
Way more than Trump needs the Atlantic.
There's no reason, honestly, for Trump to do the interview with the Atlantic. I don't know why he did it.
But he does this. That was. I'm trying to remember. No, there was something that was remarkable to me.
3D chess.
No, when
well, that's what I'm wondering. What's the motive?
Trump. The motive for Trump is, first of all, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I mean, he has always worked the media. He is good with the media, but even those that you think he doesn't like, he talks to all of them regularly and keeps them close, and which is smart, because when you completely alienate them and don't open up the conversation, you're just inviting them to bash you
and be more hostile.
Yeah,
more agenda driven. Yeah. Maybe this, greases the skids a little bit. A little.
Absolutely.
You owe me one because I just gave you 3,500 words and a bunch of clicks and downloads.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he's trying to keep the conversation lines open.
855-839-1210.
The best thing, one of the best things about this, too, is that they released the transcript of it. I don't know if you guys saw this.
I did.
Michael Schur said that he believes Trump butt dialed him.
Yes, at 1:30 in the morning, which was interesting. Trump said, no, I didn't. He goes, did you mean to call me when you were leaving UFC 314? He's like, no, it must have been a Signal app. I mean, somehow they got Trump's cell phone number, and that's how this whole thing was arranged.
Hysterical.
I don't know. Dawn, do you have Trump's cell phone number?
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right. Are you texting him during that
Oh, yeah,
break?
we're texting.
I can see that.
He loves Kayal and Company.
He should. We had a great interview about his kid. We tried to take a different approach. Kayal and Company, as we continue, we'll get an update. We've got pictures of the illegal immigrant that swiped Kristi Noem's purse, and then wait until you find out what he did with what was inside of her purse.
Just to wrap up, one of the things we're talking about Les Bowen.
Yeah.
He actually works for that PHLY Sports.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Gargano's joint.
Failure thing. That's
be out of business in 18 months.
They get 30 views on their thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I wish them well. There's some good guys over there. Kayal and Company.
There are, yes.
We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word about our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, because I think when you're furnishing your home, you want to avoid the cheap, mass-produced junk, right? So that's why Bucks County Estate Traders comes into play. They will be furnishing our home coming up this summer, and they have a massive 58,000 square foot showroom. And inside of that, 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and more. No matter the style, classic, modern, rustic, traditional, you're going to find stunning pieces that fit your home. And it doesn't matter if it's the living room, the dining room, the home office, the man cave, the loft, you name it, Bucks County Estate Traders has it all. And unlike the big box stores, if you see something you love, you could take it home the same day. Every piece comes with a QR code, which will display the details instantly. And their expert staff, the best in the business. No pushy salespeople, just straight shooters who know their stuff. Pro tip, you can check out their website right now and call ahead. They'll have pieces that you want ready to show you. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audien Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audien is easy to trust. Visit audienhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Tuesday morning, day 100 of Trump 2.0, which means only one thing. Rachel Maddow will once again return to Monday nights only on MSNBC. So will Kayal and Company. We're going back to 1 day a week. By the way, today is also National Shrimp Scampi Day. Shout out to Mike Opelka for his Tuesday prep email. Shrimp Scampi, very underrated. 855-839-1210. Although the illegal immigrant that stole Kristi Noem's purse did not purchase shrimp scampi, but he did go to a high-end Italian eatery. The New York Post with this story, which is also the front page of the New York Post. Illegal immigrant who robbed secretary was arrested again and again, but always let go. The headline, a Noem criminal. Phil, if you want to throw up a few of these pictures, we now have the identity of this individual via surveillance, and we'll rotate through a couple of these pictures while I give this story. So, according to the New York Post, the booze hound illegal migrant who snatched DHS Secretary Kristi Noem's Gucci purse drank for hours thanks to her American Express card at an Italian eatery after pulling off the capper. That, according to shocking details released by the federal authorities. His name? Mario Bustamante Leyva, 49 years old, caught on camera blowing $205.87 on food and alcohol at Angelo Ristorante Italiano in Washington, D.C. on April 20th, just minutes after he slyly made off with her shoulder bag, charging documents from the U.S. Attorney's Office of D.C. shows. Now, they also go on to say in this story that Bustamante Leyva stayed at the Red Sauce joint until about midnight. Charging documents said before leaving, heading outside, and falling asleep on a table. He remained there until about 7:30 a.m. before wandering off. That's kind of the way my Saturday nights go during the college football season. I booze, I fall asleep on a table, and then I just wander off later in the night. In two other incidents, though, this guy, on April 17th at a D.C. coffee shop, also committed another theft. And then also on April 12th, he was careful to slip a jacket over his arm before approaching his victim, and with the help of an accomplice to shield him from view, appeared to slip the bag from his victim and hide it under his coat before walking off. Phil, can we go back to the one picture of the guy, of the suspect wearing a mask at the bar, where he's sitting there, he's got a glass or whatever, the credit card, Christy Gnome's, probably No Limit, American Express, and there he is, hat, looks like a KN95 COVID mask across the face, and I'm presuming eyeglasses or sunglasses. This guy did everything in his power to avoid detection, still gets caught and apprehended. And I wanted to get your thoughts on this, Dawn. Now, Phil had a picture, and he told me yesterday, and we never got to it. So then I asked him to have it today, and for some reason he deleted it, but that's neither here nor there. He attended a minor league baseball game over the weekend, and the lady in front of him, in the row ahead of him, had her purse. And I guess Phil was elevated where he was looking down a little bit on the next row. And the lady had her purse behind her chair at the baseball game, behind her head. Whereas if you were walking across that concourse, you could just swipe the purse and be gone, and she wouldn't have even known a thing had happened. Is there any point now where you're starting to think that this is somewhat Christy Gnome's fault? Or is this still on the bad hombre who has apparently been in jail multiple times and is an illegal immigrant?
Yeah, I don't blame her. I think that this is an example of allegedly, and there's a second person arrested.
Yep.
And so they're not saying who that other person that they caught, I believe in Florida, was. But this guy, 49 years old, here illegally, according to the authorities. And so yesterday they were back in court because he's not just charged by D.C. police. Now he's charged at the federal level. Mm-hmm. But I think that they'll probably find out that they were part of a theft ring, because that's usually, they work with others. And that's usually how these things go.
Well, you talked about it in your news. Remember, we had the mainline bandits for a while where they were hitting all these homes in Montgomery County, Lower Marion. Yeah.
So I just think it's high. There's no evidence, by the way, that this guy knew who she was. They just thought it was another lady whose purse they were stealing.
Well, that's what I said yesterday when Tony and Harry were with us. I said they probably saw... She looked great. I mean, Christy Gnome doesn't go out in public looking like crap. They probably assume she's in this nice D.C. right outside of where all the politicians are, down at our nation's capital, and they probably were like, oh, there's a high-end target, right? I mean, she kind of flaunts it a little bit. Not saying she deserves it, not saying she has it coming, but if you're a purse bandit or a thief, and you see Christy Gnome or you see Nick Kayal, who do you think you're going to be able to steal more quality goods from? Probably Christy Gnome, right?
Well, you don't have a pocketbook.
No, I don't.
Nor
do I have cash on me or any cash in the bank or anything like that. So, yeah, Christy Gnome, they probably were like, all right, this is the deal. Again, I still don't understand to this day how two Secret Service, I'm assuming multiple Secret Service agents, I don't know if it's 2, if it's 4. I mean, Christy Gnome is probably one of the 10 highest ranking members of Trump's administration. No idea how you could get within 6 feet of Christy Gnome when the Secret Service agents are reportedly no more than 7 feet from her, but they probably just were not paying attention.
It was a Louis Vuitton bag, or at least the wallet was that, so I'm assuming.
They say the purse is Gucci.
Oh, it was Gucci and then a Louis Vuitton wallet? Is that it?
Yes,
so the Louis Vuitton. So, I mean, the person knew that these were very expensive items, just by looking at a Gucci bag, you're talking about, it's probably $1,000 bag at least.
Is that what a Gucci bag goes for?
Sure.
Wow.
Probably $1,000 plus.
Okay.
And Louis Vuitton wallet is probably, this is very expensive merchandise.
There you go. 855-839-1210. Just two quick headlines to wrap up the hour. Kamala Harris will reemerge today as she is set to speak actually tomorrow at the Emerge Gala. It'll be the first time that she has publicly spoken since leaving office in January. Apparently, this is an event where women empower other women to run for office in the Democratic Party, saying, quote, "I'm not going anywhere." The expectation is that she's going to offer pointed criticism of the Trump administration. We will be hanging on the edge of our seats for this commentary. And then also, we gave this story, and Dawn, you were off yesterday. I don't know if you had a thought on this or not, because it broke Friday night. I sent it in our group chat. Virginia Jeffrey committing suicide, according to reports. Yesterday, we talked about the story, and after we got off the air, Jeffrey's lawyer, Carrie Loudon, saying that we've got, quote, big question marks over this, saying, quote, "When I got the phone call, I was like, are you joking?" Because there was no sign that this was something that she was considering, the lawyer told The Sun. Any idea where Hillary Clinton might have been?
It's bizarre to me that we knew that she was, I don't know if we talked about this, that it looked like she had been in a car accident or something, had been run over, had been targeted, and that releasing those photos of her all bashed, her face all bruised and bashed in, and now to hear this, she suddenly commits suicide.
I don't buy it at all.
It just seems very fishy.
And she tweeted 5-6 years ago, "Make no mistake about it, I'm not suicidal. If anything happens to me," and I'm paraphrasing here, it's because they want to quiet and silence me. So we gave you that Twitter picture yesterday on YouTube. You can go back and find it if you would like. All right, we'll come back. News to kick off hour 2. The cut sheet is about 45 minutes away. And then the Democrats are trying to make a makeover, embracing the F-bomb, going on dude podcasts, and also maybe trying to rally around a socialist that, according to the New York Times, has a MAGA body. I don't even know what a MAGA body is, but we'll talk about that. But he's got a progressive mind. Maybe Les Bowen wrote this column. Kayal and Company, hour 2 is next.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try ZipIntro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipIntro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Saraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Saraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. The life I love is making music with my friends. And I can't wait to get on the road again. On the road again. Going places that I've never been. Seeing things that I may never see again. I can't wait to get on the road again.
It's Kayal and Company.
On the road again.
You're probably on the road. Stuck on 76, 676, 476, 95. That's why you stay with us on your commute. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. You do it on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us on YouTube. Just don't watch us while you're driving.
Please.
Yes. Yeah.
By the way, today, Willie Nelson's 92nd birthday.
Happy birthday, Willie.
92. Who says smoking weed doesn't help you?
How about that?
92, baby. Still performing. Not well. Let me just say not well.
Right.
If you've seen him recently, oofa. But
30 years longer than I'm going to go for. God bless him.
You'll hear that and more coming up at the on This Week in Music History, or Today in Music History at 9:50.
That's right. Also, cut sheet at 7:45, and we are now officially 1 week away from Politics and Pints.
We are.
Next Tuesday, May 6th, 1 week from tonight, 7:30 p.m., Colonial Theater, Phoenixville. Get your tickets, 1210WPHT.com, and if you can identify Jimmy Kelly's movie clip today, you will secure a pair of tickets for next Tuesday.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yes, that's right.
These are hot items, by
Give
the way.
them away. Give them away.
I'm getting emails from family and friends. And like, hey, can you get me in? I'm like, no. 1210WPHT.com.
Yeah.
Nobody
How about
rides
that?
for free, people.
There
Come
you
on.
go.
Uh-oh.
Come on.
Yes. Myself.
1210WPHT.com.
Mm-hmm. Dawn, Dom, Rich. By the way, Zioli's kid. What a cute kid.
Patrick.
I'm
Oh
trying,
my gosh.
I'm trying to get him on today at 9:30 to talk about.
That was precious.
You're getting Patrick on, right?
Yeah,
I don't want to talk to Rich. I want to talk to Patrick.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
They look like, all dressed up in the suit, just
Yeah.
like Daddy. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, adorable picture. So nice work out of Zioli with that one. 855-839-1210, the phone number. All right, we got a couple of stories that I want to get to. Axios, the New York Times, Politico, and The Hill, all with these stories about the image makeover and this rehab effort by the Democrat Party to embrace dark and edgy and, reach out to all of the people that they labeled over the last 4, 5, 8, 9, 10 years, because now they realize, disrespecting half of the country usually leads to an election loss. We'll get to that, because I don't think it's the message. I think it's those that are sending the message, which is the problem. And we'll hit on that coming up shortly. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 here at 7:06, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this morning, Tuesday morning, April the 29th. We are sponsored by Kitchen Magic this morning. So much to talk about, but since you had Willie Nelson's tribute for his birthday tribute on the road again, unfortunately, you're stuck on the road again this morning after a fiery crash leaves multiple people injured, blocking lanes on the New Jersey Turnpike for hours this morning. 3-vehicle accident on the northbound lanes north of Interchange 3. And so this was first reported in the wee hours of this morning. It looks like within the past hour, they have one lane getting by, but it's a hot mess.
And which area is that, did you say?
So this is the New Jersey Turnpike
Okay.
northbound, north of Interchange 3.
All right.
So looks like left lane shoulder still blocked, but were able to get multiple people to the hospital. At least 2 of the cars involved actually caught fire.
Oh, God.
Unfortunately.
Brutal.
So
Ay.
I know, I'm sorry if you're stuck in that.
Yeah.
Speaking of fires in New Jersey, we have the New Jersey wildfire that we talked about all last week. 75% contained. The 19-year-old man accused of setting that fire and leaving pallets burning and not putting it out is expected in court today. Just headlining that one for you.
Firing squad.
By the way, I got flagged on Twitter for saying firing
that.
squad. Yeah.
Yes. Violent speech.
Violent speech. I was
Yes.
like, wow.
Yeah.
Look at your brand manager getting flagged on Twitter.
You're going to be called into HR.
I should be. I should be.
Shame.
Yeah.
Corporate suits are going to be up your keister.
You know what's funny is I never understood why some Twitter handles don't, like, when they say like murder or something like that, they black out like 2 or 3 of the letters so the entire word isn't there.
Yep.
And now I know why.
Yeah.
Kind of put a little asterisk or something.
Yeah,
or a hash mark.
Yeah.
Or just stay off Twitter.
Yeah,
or yeah.
Not everything needs to be on Twitter. Which is what I should do. Yeah. Yes, I refuse to call it X. It's a stupid name.
It is.
It's a wild night in Philadelphia with ultimately a carjacking suspect shot and killed, and he's dead after Philadelphia police, after he led police locally on a wild chase. This happened in northeast Philadelphia late last night. This driver in a gray sedan being chased by police along the Roosevelt Boulevard, and it was at least 5 miles long, that chase. So a lot of chopper video with local news stations tracking that one. You could, at one point, the most dramatic point, I believe, was when you could see the suspect traveling at a very high rate of speed against the traffic on the boulevard, and police saying, thank goodness, nobody hit head on or anything of that nature. But at the end of the day, the guy gets out of the vehicle and opens fire on officers returning fire. That's the latest word from police. Of course, all of this, as standard operating procedure goes, they have to, they're investigating.
Got to examine the body cam footage, perhaps. see what's going on there.
Body cam video. We know that, and I know Commissioner Bethel spoke about it, but said it started with a carjacking.
Okay.
So this was a carjacking suspect. So we don't have we only know that he's 32 years old. I don't have an ID on him.
Okay.
But that he's 32 years old, accused of carjacking somebody. So was he, the questions, did he have a long rap sheet? Was he a career criminal? Was he in this country legally? Many questions.
I'm going to say first-time offender. He just woke up one day and said, "You know what? I'm going to go for it all today. I'm going to swipe the vehicle. I'll go the wrong way, and then I'll have a shootout with police."
Jeez. Another night in Philadelphia.
There you go.
We have the arrest following up on this guy accused who was captured on surveillance camera. And this was a disturbing incident of a woman being attacked in the early morning hours as she walked out of her apartment complex. This is Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, in a very quiet, nice neighborhood, walking out as she often does to go to work. And it looked like this guy was waiting for her, a targeted attack. Well, now we know the identity of this guy, 36-year-old Raymond Bautista, Allentown, Pennsylvania, charged with aggravated assault of the woman as well as aggravated assault of an unborn child, reckless endangerment charges as well. So in this one, we now learn that lady who you see, and it's a disturbing video, who's being beaten, knocked to the ground, is pregnant. I don't know how many months she was along, but we know that and we really didn't get much of a condition update on her.
Yeah, and now that we know that she was pregnant, and we saw the video last week when we played it, I think it's fair to pontificate that he was trying to not only hurt the mom, but probably kill the unborn baby.
Yeah, that was my initial thought, too, when Dawn reported that at 6.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know any of the motive, just speculating.
Right.
But yes, that was my first thought, was that this was some sort of person who didn't want a child.
Yes. Yeah.
Again, don't know.
No.
Just speculating.
Just connecting dots, that's all. Yep.
So we don't, obviously we don't have the identity of the victim, only that she's pregnant. She's still recovering from that attack, and that Bautista, the suspect, is in custody. Police are asking anybody if you have more information that they want to hear from you. So we have all of that going on. Of course, we started out the morning here with the so-called cold open of President Trump welcoming our Eagles.
Eagles! Can you, Phil, can you play him saying "Fly, Eagles, Fly"?
Big Dom was there. You were right. A lot of front office people.
Yep.
So I want to congratulate once again, and let me just say, fly, Eagles, fly, right?
There's Howie.
That should be a drop.
Yes. Jimmy Kelly, get on that. I need fly, Eagles, fly. Howie's got the shades on. Looks like Howie's got a little scruff going there. Maybe he's going to run for the Democrat primary nominee in 2028.
I think we have Big Dom too.
Do we?
Cut 14.
Look at Lane Johnson standing out like a big Sasquatch. Big boy.
Recognize the Eagles head of security. This is a guy, they say he loves Trump. This is a guy, and I had Saquon give him a big, beautiful hat last night because I've been hearing about this guy. He likes Trump. His name is Dominic DeSandro, Big Dom, and he's sort of a legend.
He's sort of a legend.
Come here, Dom. Come here.
There he is.
Say
Look at
a
that
few
guy.
words. I hear this guy's just. Come here.
I'd just like to say thank you. We're honored to be here. Thank you, President Trump, and that's it. Go Birds. Thank you, guys.
None of these guys were comfortable speaking.
No, it's a big moment for them.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm telling you, man, Big Dom looks like one of the offspring of Tom Homan.
Stop.
Might be his kid.
The offspring.
Tom and Dom.
I understand that you guys, want to not, shy away from this, which is fine. But look at the makeup on the stage as opposed to who was not there.
Yeah.
It really was divided on racial lines. Yes, of course there were African American players there. I'm not saying that.
Is that Mailata in the right corner?
It looks like him. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's the little kid next to him? Is that Blankenship? Who is that?
I don't know. Standing right next to Sirianni.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Sirianni and who else walked out as the first two together? Oh, I had the rundown, but Sirianni was one of the first one. I think there's no doubt he's a Trump guy.
Do you think?
Oh, there's no question.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
And that didn't Lane Johnson, they gave him a 47 jersey,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, let's.
Give him
And by the
we
way,
actually
Lane
have that.
Johnson, who's a spokesperson for Travis Manion Foundation, still found a way to get to the White House, Jalen. No scheduling conflict for Lane Johnson. Could have been golfing with me yesterday at Union League.
16th. Oh, yeah, around this. This is where they give him the.
That's great. Thank you. Wow.
Boy, Lane Johnson's a big guy. My lord.
Trump's holding up to him, though. I
Yeah.
mean, it's only 2 inches shorter. Trump 47, yep. Don't drop anything. Here we go. Wait, Lane's got the beard going right now.
Yeah. Trump 47.
Yep.
Pretty cool. This thing's heavy.
There's Cooper to Gene, probably getting prank phone called. Oh, well, we are the champions.
Yeah. I said this at 6:02. If it wasn't for the practice squad in front office, that would have been a pretty empty stage.
Been 9 people.
That's all I'm saying, guys.
Lane Johnson in all black.
Yeah. I mean,
that's Lane going dark MAGA for you, by the way.
Yeah. Trump also took a shot at Taylor Swift.
Did he
Saw
really?
this, yeah, cut 15.
Oh, boy.
Which I was there. I watched in person.
The Super Bowl.
I was there along with Taylor Swift. How did that work out? How did that one work out? The Eagles.
Oh, the Swifties are taking out their social media pitchforks today. Orange man, bad.
Although he did have some nice things to say about Jalen.
Oh, he did?
Even though Jalen wasn't there.
Yes.
Okay.
That's nice.
19.
See here, clip 19. Jalen Hurts. Trump speaking about Jalen.
Complimenting Saquon's historic season was an incredible year from star quarterback Jalen Hurts, and he had a great season and a great game. Finished with 32 touchdowns on the year, turning in one stellar performance after another. Terrific guy and a terrific player. On defense, the Eagles finished the regular season with the fewest yards allowed per game, thanks in large part to talented young stars like safety Reed Blankenship. Where's Reed?
I mean, no question Reed Blankenship was going to be there.
Heart of the defense, Reed Blankenship.
Yeah, no question he was going to be there.
Probably
I
the
don't have
worst.
a lot to say, but go Birds, even in D.C. So.
Probably the worst player on the defense.
Stop. But one of the stars.
And on defense, the Eagles finished is really legendary because I think probably it's been one of the greatest finishes in football history. In Week 11 against Washington, Reed had 10 tackles overall and an interception in the fourth quarter to seal the win. That was a big one. That was a rough game for the opposing team. That's one of those that you don't sleep very well, but you guys came back and you did an incredible job just to get through. The Eagles ended the regular season at 14-3 with only 3 playoff games standing in the way of the Super Bowl in New Orleans. After beating the Green Bay Packers in the first game, the Eagles won a close one against the Los Angeles Rams, all good games. Then in the NFC Championship game against Washington, Saquon took his very first handoff for a 60-yard touchdown and then added another touchdown minutes later. And you know, Saquon's a good golfer, but he's a much better football player, in case you had any thoughts of doing something else, Saquon.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
There you go.
There you go. You can imagine Trump. I love how he said it. Reed Blankenship had 10 tackles, 1 forced fumble in the victory. You know what they should do? They should bring Trump down the hall and let him do an update and tell Rhea to sit one out for a morning.
He was really good. Trump was really good yesterday.
Oh yeah.
He's great. He's great in these settings, these situations. And
is he as good as Ivanka? 'Cause she
yeah.
was having a big day. She made quite the splash.
You have to ask Eli Ricks because Eli Ricks, another no-namer for the Eagles, is all about Ivanka.
So
all about her.
So I guess Ivanka, I was looking back, she and Saquon Barkley had struck up a friendship.
Yes.
Previous to this.
She's the reason Saquon was at the White House yesterday.
All about
or
business.
Sunday, yeah.
Yep. That they've attended conferences together. And then she was showing her son, Theo.
Yeah.
They were at the Rose Garden. And so I think you're right, Greg.
I think Ivanka, when she was with the Eagles, was saying something to this effect.
Jump on me. Go for it. That's what we do here.
Yes. And then Eli Ricks was
Never.
like...
We want to hit that hard.
Yeah.
That's a sin. No, but I think Greg's right. I think that's part of that, with Ivanka was the business relationship that she struck up with Saquon Barkley.
Yep.
Smart. Unlike, what's his face? What's the dope who's out of work, who's like dogging Saquon?
Les Bowen? Oh.
What a loser. Was that loser at the Big Business Conference a month ago? I don't think so.
Yeah, take that, Les. Write that column.
He is the lesser.
Yeah.
His name is even less.
Yes.
Ha. We have Kitchen Magic as our sponsor. Make the magic happen with Kitchen Magic, of course. Their experts are going to guide you every step of the way, from in-home design consultation, which is awesome, to top-notch installation. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation, 40% off the cost of installation. Yes. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. 82 degrees. Phillies tonight. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next, Democrats eyeing the manosphere. What does that mean? We'll give you the details on the other side. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word about our friends at Piazza Auto Group. The all-new 2025 Acura ADX is now available. It's Acura's latest addition to their precision-crafted lineup. This premium compact SUV, it is a breakthrough in design, performance, and innovation. Comes with a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive system, and cutting-edge technology. The Acura ADX, it is engineered for those who demand more. And best of all, now available at Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. With leases, get this, for as low as $389 per month. Check them out today, piazzaacura.com, where you will find all of the details.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are using AI to study how whales talk to each other. CDW experts can give researchers the power to process complex data with HP workstations, advanced by AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro processors. With easier handling of AI workloads, your organization can bring powerful insights to the surface. Make amazing happen. HP, AMD, and CDW. Learn more at cdw.com/HPAMD.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal. The PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club is coming in May 2026. Be a part of history as the iconic Wanamaker Trophy is awarded in the city of brotherly love. Witness every thrilling moment as the world's best golfers compete to have their names amongst golf's elite champions. Register now at pgachampionship.com/register and secure your chance to purchase tickets today.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, we're the home run hitters you need. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now, baby, you know my love will never stop. Now, baby, just put your loving in my box. Now, baby, wrap it up. I'll take it. Wrap it up. I'll take it. Well, no more will
Kayal
I
and Company,
shop
725. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Going to be a hot one. Going up to 82 degrees. Cut sheet in just about 20 minutes. Also, don't forget your chance to win a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints. It's next Tuesday night, 7:30, out in Phoenixville, Colonial Theater. All you have to do, identify Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery movie clip. All right, so I want to get into this theme that I've been seeing. And again, it's the Democrat Party and it's the mainstream media, because really they're just an extension of each other. And I've got all these stories here in front of me from Axios and the New York Times and The Hill and Politico. And I just want to go through some of this because I think they're just getting it completely wrong here. Axios with the headline, Democrats eyeing 2028 court the manosphere. They write, ambitious Democrats are increasingly jumping into a universe of podcasts and internet shows that they once shunned, right-leaning ones geared towards men. Those include Joe Rogan, Theo Von, Lex Fridman, and Andrew Schulz. They go on to write, since November, several potential 2028 Democratic presidential candidates have appeared on these shows, including former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and California Representative Ro Khanna. Buttigieg, sporting a new beard, joined the Flagrant podcast and its right-leaning comedian hosts for more than 2 hours. Trump was actually on that podcast back in the fall. Earlier in the month of April, Josh Shapiro joined the Men at Work podcast, which describes itself as asking thoughtful, dumb guy questions. In January, Ro Khanna was on the Patrick Bet David podcast, which is hosted by right-wing commentator Patrick Bet David, which has a mix of politics and sports. Trump was on that during the fall. Then the New York Times has this article with the headline, A Progressive Mind and a MAGA Body. It's about a guy named Hassan Piker who has become a star on Twitch and YouTube for hosting hours-long video streams that cover cultural topics like fitness, gaming, and fashion, as well as his tendency, love, and admiration of socialist politics. They write, like many of the successful internet personalities who appeal to a generation of young men, Mr. Piker, a 33-year-old Twitch and YouTube streamer, is a, quote, bro. He likes weapons, inhales supplements, uses nicotine pouches, and ruminates endlessly on the legacy of LeBron James. But unlike many of his contemporaries, Mr. Piker, a avowed socialist, is just as at ease dressing in French-made drag as he is being on a basketball court. He has over 4.5 million followers on YouTube and Twitch, and he goes on to say, in the most reductive way, masculinity really just is broiled down to confidence. It comes down to confidence. That's what people are talking about when they talk about masculinity. They're talking about confidence. And he goes on to talk about his love of universal health care, LGBTQ rights, and he loves to slam the Israeli government and right-wing comedians. And then, lastly, I have this story from The Hill where it says Democrats embracing the F-bomb. In recent weeks, a number of newly launched Democratic hopefuls for key House and Senate seats have pledged to un-F our country or have urged their party to, quote, drop the excuses and grow an effing spine. So let's talk about this a little bit because we've seen Pete Buttigieg in his, I don't know, what is he, in his 40s, I'm guessing? No idea. Now all of a sudden he's got the 5 o'clock shadow. He's got the scruffy beard. We've seen Gavin Newsom on with Charlie Kirk. I don't think Charlie Kirk really embraces hardline masculinity. He's kind of a very low-key guy. I don't think he's really alpha-esque. But by the way, and also going back to this New York Times headline, a progressive mind and a MAGA body. What is a MAGA body? Because I'm around a lot of people on a daily basis, whether they're Republican or Democrat. I don't know what a MAGA body looks like. Does anybody in our audience know what a MAGA body looks like?
I think
Kristi Noem's body, is it?
I think because I read that article over the weekend, and I think it is I think what they mean is that Hassan Piker is he's like a gamer.
Yes.
And he's like very popular on YouTube, and he likes to work out. He likes to shoot guns. So it's they don't really mean his physical body. They mean like what he embodies. You know what I mean? The stuff that typically MAGA embraces as far as, lifting weights and guns.
I could see the Second Amendment thing as far as being somebody that owns a firearm or going to a range and shooting. That's definitely more right than left for sure. But I don't, how many times have we had a New York Times or Atlantic Story or Vanity Fair where they've kind of tried to correlate fitness to MAGA? I got news for all of these left-wing publications. Come out to, where were we for Inauguration Day in Bucks County, the Newtown Athletic Center, the NAC?
Yep.
I didn't see many people that looked like they could play in the NFL there, okay? I saw, this is no disrespect to our audience. This is the truth. I don't think fitness is related to one party over the other. I know plenty of people that are Democrat, that are not Trump supporters, that enjoy going running or going to the gym and working out. I don't equate fitness to MAGA. Where does that come from? I've seen plenty of fat Republicans. I've seen plenty of sloppy MAGA supporters. I don't identify fitness one way to one party whatsoever. I think they're missing the boat here. And when we talk about the message, whether it's cursing, growing a beard, working out, let me go through these names. Again, this is not about the message, it's about the messenger. Does Josh Shapiro scream masculinity to you? Or whatever the left claims masculinity is?
No.
He doesn't seem like a beta male to me, but he doesn't scream alpha male. Gavin Newsom? No. Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker? No. Pete Buttigieg?
It's not about, again, it's not about, Trump doesn't scream masculinity. Look at him.
No, he doesn't.
So it's not about their physical appearance.
Okay.
Or if they're athletes or not. It's about, what they represent. And they represent, a lot of people feel like, the guy who works out in the gym and, is really concerned about, bulking up and everything is probably on one side of the aisle. It's not, that's not a stretch to say that. That's not a stretch to say that.
I disagree with that. The MAGA is more interested in bulking up than the left. I totally disagree with that. What evidence is out there that shows you that?
You call liberals soy boys all the time.
Well, yeah, the politicians, the faces of the party, not the 50% of the country that is left of center. I don't ridicule those people. I'm talking about Justin Trudeau or Pete Buttigieg, Tim Walz, who looks like he's made out of silly putty, J.B. Pritzker. Hey, what did Farish call him? Jelly Belly Pritzker? Let me go through these names. Forget about forget about lifting weights. Would you want to have a beer with J.B. Pritzker? Would you like to spend the day on a golf course with Andy Bashir? Would you like to go to an Eagles football game with Gavin Newsom? Do any of these guys ruminate with anything that any male typically likes to do? To me, these guys are all detached from reality. And then I look at the female side of things. AOC, Kamala Harris, Jasmine Crockett, Gretchen Whitmer. Those are probably the 4 most notable female Democrats right now. Does anybody actually think the third time will be the charm for the Democrats in 2028 if they try to use the female playbook again? It didn't work with Hillary. It didn't work with Kamala. Does AOC, Jasmine Crockett, or Gretchen Whitmer sound like the kind of person that's going to get the ball across the finish line for the Democrats?
No.
Okay.
No, sir. Not at all. I was just enjoying y'all's debate about what it is to be a man, to be masculine.
I guarantee
that was
you,
fun.
I was golfing with Travis Manion Foundation people yesterday in far better shape than me. I'd probably guess 40 to 50% of them were left of center. There's definitely people there that are not supporters of Trump or of the Republican Party. This is why I bring up 2 other names. Now, I'm going to bring up the name I've brought up before because I'm just so uninspired objectively looking at the Democrat Party. This is why I think Stephen A. Smith will have a shot if he runs. And then I'm going to throw another name out there. This is not my idea. I've seen this floated out by multiple people now. This was thrown out by, what's the guy on the podcast? I'm drawing a blank. George Clooney. Could you see George Clooney running for office? The Democrats have to do something different. And again, I get it. It's not my job to, fix the Democrat Party. But you can give me all these articles about embracing F words, doing podcasts, doing everything that they shunned for 4 years as toxic masculinity. It's the guy that's selling the message. It's not about the message per se. You can't get to the message if you don't have the messenger, right? Like Trump's message was make America great again. It was not his message. It is a Ronald Reagan American exceptionalism message. Dawn, you said it before. Trump didn't start the movement. He answered it. So if there's a movement on the left, who is the guy that emerges to answer it? And if it is embracing F words and masculinity and all the things like podcasts and video games and shooting guns and talking about LeBron James and watching football and drinking beer, I mean, Wes Moore? I don't know that there's a name out there.
Unless it's AOC.
Yeah, it's not AOC. It's not. And it's also not Bernie Sanders. So, I mean, I go through this list here, and I would argue that Shapiro is the guy, but Shapiro's not going to deliver that message. That would be totally out of character for Josh from Abington, who, it's his alias when he calls in to talk sports, which, by the way, apparently he was he gave an NFL draft recap with the sports station down the hall, WIP. I don't see Shapiro breaking his kind of relatively buttoned up approach to all of a sudden grow a beard, start cursing, doing all of these podcasts. And also, if you do that, you become a fraud because we know that's not your MO. That's not your brand. That's not your style. For better or worse, that has always been Donald Trump's style. Donald Trump hasn't changed in 35 or 40 years. When he was on the Charlie Rose show in 1995, whether he was on with Oprah in 1989, whether he was toying and tinkering around with runs in 2011, 2012, 2014, he's always been a guy. I mean, heck, I'll never forget this. Right after 9/11, he had very blunt commentary on the structures of those buildings. So he's always been this, I'm just going to let it rip, and I don't care what you think of me. And that was when he was adored, or at least loved and liked by Democrats, and was a darling for, networks like NBC and The Apprentice. Now, he had his detractors back then. We play the clip of Trump on with Larry David, and this was when he was a guest on SNL, and he always had people that were trying to get under his skin and call him this or call him that. But that was all before he became a Republican, so...
I think it's Kentucky Governor. I've said this before, Andy Beshear. He was just yesterday at a ribbon cutting ceremony for a new facility, a training facility for police. So he's pro-police, pro-military, moderate Democrat from a southern state.
What's his stance on Israel and Hamas?
That
to be is the big question, because you're going to have the vocal side of the Senate and the House, the AOCs of the world, talking about rights in Gaza. That's why I think there's a real conflict with Shapiro. Shapiro was not selected to be Kamala Harris's vice president.
Pennsylvania Passover.
Pennsylvania Passover. He would have outshined her. He had a different stance on Israel, obviously, as a fellow Jew. Same thing here now with people like AOC. They're going to butt heads on that issue, and it probably could derail him. He's probably the best option for the Democrats, and I don't think he aligns with their vision. And if you think about their vision, where have we now been for 5 straight months? They have not ditched the left-wing progressive faction of the party, right? And you say, well, it's a long way from 2028.
They're not going to.
Well, that's my point is where's the money coming from?
Yeah.
You know where the money's coming from. And that money is coming from people that have left-wing progressive ideology. So that's why I would dismiss Andy Beshear.
You dismiss him?
They're not going to bankroll him.
I do too.
They won't bankroll him. That's why I think Cory Booker's doing what he's doing and Hakeem Jeffries is doing what he's doing. Whoever can be the useful idiot for the Democrat Party's platform will be their nominee.
The Democrats don't believe, let me tell you this, the Democrats don't believe that they lost because Kamala Harris was too progressive. They believe they lost because she wasn't progressive enough. Good? No, because she wasn't progressive enough.
Oh.
I'm telling you, because she took more advice from the Lincoln Project groups and the Nikki Haley wing of the party than she did to the progressive groups. So, and she tried to straddle that. You know what I mean? So no, I don't think that the Democrats see that writing as well. We need to get more back to this, or we need to get back to the center more. They think the opposite.
Yeah, I think the fundraisers, the bankrollers, the financiers of the Democrat Party, they want somebody like AOC. I just don't know that they will run a female for a third time.
But let us not forget that the swamp to the right did not want Trump. Let's not forget that.
That's
and
a good
so
point.
it's what people want, and what people want is not somebody to the far right or the far left.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I do not dismiss Andy Beshear. I mean, he has boasted that he was the one to create, the anti-Semitism task force in Kentucky. He's talked a lot about that. So I would not dismiss him from the standpoint of looking at an election and looking at him running. I think he's out there. I think he would be a popular candidate for them, and I think the people will speak.
Okay. 855-839-1210. Oh, gee, I look up at the TV here. Hey, Rachel Campos Duffy's got her husband on Fox and Friends.
Aww.
Sean Patrick. That's just outrageous.
They're so cute together. I love her.
I feel like I'm watching Morning Joe now. I got to change the channel.
Stop.
It's just outrageous.
They're nothing like what?
I know.
They're nothing like Morning Joe.
I'm sure she's going to hit him with a hard question here. Let's
like Lara Trump, she's very objective on Saturday nights on Fox News.
How's that show doing, by the way? Do we have any ratings updates?
I think it's actually doing very well because
I can see that.
She gets great guests.
People like propaganda.
Do we have time for a call, or are we going to get to the paper?
No.
Let me grab Tony in Pottstown because the subject says that Greg is right on this
Thank
one.
you, Tony.
Tony, what is Greg wrong about?
Buenos dias, first of all.
Buenos dias, sir.
Ciao.
No, I was saying how you said that you started mixing working out and everything. The left are just looking for a regular guy. And this guy on Twitch, it seems like he brings the whole picture that they believe that is the normal man, that is the MAGA guy. Even though everything that you do, it goes down to the individual. It has nothing to do with with your politics of it. But they're looking for the next guy, and whoever they think that it has a little bit of chance to be that next guy, that next Joe Rogan, they're going to prop him up to be it. So I think Greg was right.
So you think that they're looking for somebody that's in that space to be the candidate, or somebody that exudes those traits?
Well, in order for even if they find a candidate, right? Where are they going to take that candidate? They need to find a guy where that candidate can go and expose whatever message, which we know they don't have one, but they need to find a platform so that they can target the youth. Just like Joe Rogan did, just like Trump did, going all the podcasts.
I think they really need to find, and Tony, thank you so much for the call. Great to hear from you, buddy.
Love you, buddy.
I think they need to find their own Donald Trump. I think they need to go. I think they need to go outside of the swamp.
You've said this a million times. He's a political unicorn. He's never going to be represented or replicated, and the people that try to replicate him fail miserably.
Yeah.
So
on the Republican side,
yes.
Yeah.
So if you try and do that as a Democrat, no. Okay. I do agree with you that maybe looking outside of the Democrat, political sphere is not a bad idea for them, but they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
They're not.
Ballotpedia, so they have their list, and Andy Beshear tops it, but they have public figures, Mark Cuban, Stephen A. Smith, and then they have Democrats who say they would not seek the 28 nod, John Fetterman, Wes Moore.
Yeah, I could see Fetterman not wanting any part of it yet.
Wes Moore would be that would be a good candidate. He would be a good candidate for the Democrats.
Yeah. He'd probably be a better candidate than Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker.
Can you imagine
Squad Dems.
Wes Moore versus J.D. Vance? Wow.
You think that would be interesting?
I do. I
don't know that sells to the fringe consumer out there. I don't know that that's super sexy.
Think about the age demos, though. Like, that is a perfect 2028 matchup.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when you look at age, for sure.
What about Harold Ford Jr., who you see on the 5?
Very common sense Democrat.
They tease him that he's running, right? They do sometimes poke him.
He's a smart guy,
Mhm.
very level-headed, much more educated and bright compared to Jessica Tarloff.
Southern gentleman, Tennessee.
Yeah, he's a Tennessee guy, no doubt. All right, we'll come back, get to Greg Stocker's cut sheet on his favorite day of the week because it's a Tuesday, and we'll do that after this. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provide smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com. Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
While the market continues to go up and down with no guarantee of moving forward, many concerned investors have been tempted by the idea of guaranteed income for life. Although it sounds desirable at first, most guaranteed income products are not all they're cracked up to be. When you purchase a guaranteed income product, your investment immediately becomes less liquid. There is no principal to tap into when an emergency strikes and you need to make a lump sum withdrawal. With these contracts, your scheduled payout is set at a specific amount based on your life expectancy. This amount does not keep up with inflation, which paints you into a corner later in life when your monthly income has less purchasing power than it did the day you signed the contract. In most cases, the monthly payments are structured to exceed your life expectancy, making it a whole lot less likely that you'll ever receive back your initial investments before death. Lastly, there is no legacy or estate planning with these guaranteed income products because they are meant to go away after your passing without leaving a dime to your heirs. However, by utilizing a system of investments with guaranteed income capabilities, you can mix and match vehicles that pay out lifetime income with others that are designed to grow the principal back so you never deplete your nest egg. Seek out a financial retirement phase expert who can offer the best of both worlds and provide a legacy plan for your heirs.
To hear more reports that'll impact your retirement future, join Joanne Small-Canella on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yeah, baby. Kayal and Company live. Keyword live on a Tuesday morning. 7:49 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, where the jocks, now they don't mail it in. I don't even call myself a jock. I'm a host, a talk show host.
Now I'm a DJ.
You're the DJ.
I got into this to be a DJ. I just want to be a DJ.
Yeah,
I did.
Way up in the Lehigh Valley.
I just ended up here.
Yeah.
And never left.
And never left 20 years later. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll get to some phone calls. I see we've got, I think, 2 here. But first, it is 7:50, so let's get into it right off the top here. It is time for a Tuesday edition of What's on Greg Stocker's Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on the sheet? By the way, big news that we haven't even mentioned yet.
What's that?
Cut 26, Phil. Mark Carney led Canada's Liberal Party to victory on Monday.
Where did my boy Lepolier go?
They got trounced, man. Apparently this was all a retribution. Like, this was all.
It's our 51st state.
It's all. This is all anti-Trump stuff.
Oh.
Historic election dominated by President Donald Trump's tariffs and trade policy. The rookie politician cemented the Liberals' 4th straight term in government, a rare feat in Canadian politics, while holding back the Conservative Party led by Pierre Poilievre, who lost his seat in the House.
My guy was, remember, he was chewing that apple and owning that reporter?
Yep.
And that was the highlight of his campaign.
Well, a lot of people said, and I know I saw Sean Farish saying that he lost it once he started going after Trump. I disagree.
I think Canadians are just stupid and voted for more of the same.
I think the Canadians, I think once Justin Trudeau stepped down, Poilievre had no boogeyman. So he kind of just floated out there, and people were like, okay,
all right.
Like, everybody loved him when he was going after Trudeau,
right?
And then Trudeau steps down, and he's like, so.
And is the quote Carney Liberal Party? Is it any different than the Trudeau platform?
No, it's not.
So it's like Chicago then. It's going from Lori Lightfoot to Brandon Johnson.
Exactly.
You get what you vote for, Canadians. Eh?
All right, let's play a little bit of Carney's acceptance speech in Ottawa last night.
America wants our land, our resources, our water, our country.
See?
Never. But these are not idle threats. President Trump is trying to break us so that America can own us. That will never ever happen. But we also must recognize the reality that our world has fundamentally changed. There is also, for me, as I stand before you this evening, humility in recognizing that, well, many have chosen to place your trust in me, trust in the Liberal Party. Millions of our fellow citizens preferred a different outcome. And my message to every Canadian is this: no matter where you live, no matter what language you speak, no matter how you voted, I will always do my best to represent everyone who calls Canada home.
There you go.
That's the best Canada could offer, is that guy right there, Mr. Carney, low energy Carney. Yeah, he doesn't do much for me.
This idea that Canada was ever going to go, it was just, I don't know. I never bought it from the very beginning.
If you would have asked me to make a prediction how the election plays out or bet on it, I would have bet on the Liberal option. But I just, this is a guy like Trudeau that locked everybody down. Remember the truckers and that boycott, that protest. You think about Canada and this nationalistic pride that all of a sudden has come out after Trump wanted to make Canada the 51st state. I never knew that. I know there's some hardcore Canadians, Ontario, Vancouver, Toronto. Does Do Canadians love being Canadian? Do they love their country like other people from a country that they emanate from? Like Italians love their heritage. They love their culture. You go through all the different countries. Canada's always just been like, I don't know, like a province to me. It's just beers, everything's just I got no interest in Canada.
Well, I think they're liberal. I also think Carney is somebody who's well known because he's a private sector guy, banker who led them out of the 2008 banking crisis. So he's a longtime figure in Canada. It's not like he's an outsider who nobody knew of. I just think.
But it does go against the trend that we've seen globally, right? Whether it's Bukele, whether it's Milei, whether it's Trump, whether it's the lady Malone from Italy. We've seen a lot of these populist candidates that have emerged victorious in elections over the last 2 to 4 years. Mm-hmm. So I guess Canada's not picking up on that vibe just yet. Maybe one day they will.
Just going through some of the national stories that we haven't touched on. Did you guys see that there was this massive power blackout in Spain and Portugal?
No.
Really?
No, I was golfing yesterday. I didn't worry about the power in another country. I was putting SPF 30 on so I didn't bake.
I'm paying specific attention to Spain and Portugal.
Why?
Dawn's got friends at the embassy.
Yeah, next year maybe.
Are you going conservative tours over there?
Maybe.
It causing traffic lights, card payments down. The mayor of Madrid is urging residents to keep all movements to an absolute minimum. He says, I ask all residents of Madrid to keep their movements to an absolute minimum and, if at all possible, to remain where they are. We want to keep all roads clear.
So another lockdown shutdown.
This is how it looked. They're not really saying how this did the power grid go down? Was it terrorism? Nobody really knows. But this was this was a bunch of people waiting for the train. And this is how it looked. Roll the you don't have to roll the audio.
She's just walking down the tracks.
Yep.
Jeez.
So you see the power go out. Hang on one second. Let me just look at this. Mobile phone networks are also down throughout the country.
Wow.
Yeah.
Chick with a flashlight.
Yep.
Who's this guy? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Now they're in the complete dark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How creepy is that?
I know.
As of this morning, power has been restored.
Yeah.
But they're saying the cause of this, some kind of an atmospheric phenomenon.
Oh, it's climate change.
What happened?
Wow.
Wow.
That's their excuse.
Well, of course. And also Carney's message. I saw a couple of clips on the news last night. Carney was saying, yes, the goal remains 0 carbon net emissions. So,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what about cyber attack?
Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking too, but
But that wouldn't surprise me in the least bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen how flimsy our government is. Secret Service, signal chat apps. Why is it that the hackers are always 5 steps ahead of the people in cybersecurity for the government? That's supposed to be their strong suit.
You are correct.
We're always playing catch up to the bad guys. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
They're saying that it's a phenomenon known as induced atmospheric vibration.
Uh-oh. Maybe that's what that liberal TikTok woman was on when she was spouting
induced
about
atmospheric vibration.
Yeah.
I still swear that she should have been on the hoverboard.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so this whole thing, just keep your eye on this story. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just keep your eye on this story.
Well, California is always talking about how sensitive their grid is.
I don't believe anything the politicians over there are saying.
How about that? Limit your movement. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't go anywhere. Well, it's still daylight outside. You can still go outside.
Yeah.
Just because the power's out doesn't mean you can't go live your life in the daylight.
Every once in a while, the government just likes to show who's in control.
Yes, and that you're dependent upon them, which I'm not, and I never will be.
Yep. Every once in a while, they're just like, you know how like with these big storms and you get like typhoons or something like that. Every once in a while, the earth reminds you just how powerful it is. Wind, rain, fire, water.
Yep. Mother Nature.
Mother Nature is like, yeah, nope, we're in charge here. Just remember that. The government acts the same way.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
You know, if you got off your devices and got outside and played a little golf, you wouldn't have to worry about power outages. You lazy schlubs.
Let's get to Jelly Belly Pritzker.
Jelly Belly. J.B. Pritzker.
Sean Farish, my buddy.
Where's my board? My board went dead.
Sir.
There you go. There you go.
I'm gonna drop a sir.
Are you having atmospheric vibrations?
So J.B. Pritzker yesterday is calling for mass protest, mobilization, and disruption.
Okay.
A lot of people are saying that he's like there's a lot of new faces of the Democrat Party. He's one of them, by the way. The face of the resistance. He said this, and then we'll play what Stephen Moore said in response to what he said yesterday. Roll this.
In the times upon which history turns. Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption. But I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box.
Boy, that was clever. Who wrote that?
They must feel in their bones that when we survive this shameful episode of American history with our democracy intact, because we have no alternative but to do just that.
Democracy
that
intact.
We will relegate their portraits to the museum halls reserved for tyrants and traitors.
Tyrants. So we've got democracy, we've got tyranny, all the same verbiage, all the same nonsense. And every time they protest, they sing goofy songs. It's cringe. There's like 13 people. They just loiter around. They're wearing masks, purple hair, odd outfits, sitting and assembling on the steps. How many people were at the White House or on the steps of what we played yesterday?
Like
12. 20?
Yeah,
like less than 20 individuals. Nobody knew it was happening. They were just kind of having like a fireside chat.
Yeah, at this point, a lot of the Democrats are just, spitting into the wind.
Yes.
But,
Here's what I would say, and this is if I was a consultant and I was charging $10,000 an hour. Stop resisting the guy that beat you and find a solution and a strategy and a policy and a messenger and a message that can beat him. Because I'll say this right now. If Trump gets the economy right, if the tariff things pay off, if the economy is where he hopes it is a year from now, 2 years from now, 4 years from now, got newsflash for you, Democrats. It's not going to matter. He's already been aces for the most part on the border, right? Economy is still wait and see. If he's already hit 1 out of 2. If the second one is a check, it won't matter who you run. And I would actually argue that it might not matter who Republicans run. It could be J.D. Vance. It could be Ron DeSantis. It could be Donald Trump Jr. It could be Donald Trump for a third term. Just throwing names out here, right? If the economy ends up where people are happy, it won't matter for the Democrats. Put that on my tombstone.
Well, I think Pritzker, remember, he's worth $3.7 billion, very wealthy, war chest, huge war chest,
and
fundraising.
And a belly, too. He's got a chest and a belly.
You know what? I was going to say, I think he's an Ozempic guy. Look at him.
He's built like a
He's
war
lost
chest.
weight.
He's lost weight.
He's lost weight. When I looked at the video, I was like, oh, let me look at old pictures.
From what, 400?
He's definitely lost. I bet you he's lost 50 pounds since the last time I saw him.
No, he's 223 like Trump is.
But
Pritzker's got to be at least 310.
He is somebody who's, here he's the 2-time Illinois Gov. He's in New Hampshire. He thinks he's a contender. He's out there raising money.
No.
He wants to run for president.
Yeah. No, I believe he does.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you there.
By the way, I'm getting a lot of some people on the YouTube chat, and Fulton Jack emails in and said about what's happening in Spain. What percentage of their power in Spain and Portugal is green energy?
Good question.
Was this a failure of
the grid?
The grid from
all
reliance
the electric
on
mandates,
windmills, and everything else.
Yeah.
So
I can see that.
Yeah. Just something, just throwing it out there.
Spain and Portugal are champions of green energy.
There you go.
And we're sourcing over 80% of their electricity from renewables.
Wow.
Just before the outage hit Monday.
Okay. 80%. There's your answer.
80%.
There you go, lefties. This is
between
this is our
71
future.
and 80. Cool. Yeah.
This is our future if we keep with the green crap.
Limited movement, limited freedom.
Yep.
Just by
Grid
design.
reliability.
Let me grab a call. We've got our great donor, Matt in Philadelphia, ponied up a lot of money yesterday for the Travis Manion Foundation to golf. Matt, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing? We had a great day yesterday. We were just one stroke shy of in the money. It was an unbelievable day for solid athletes. Well, just regular guys. It was a great day and a great thing. Talking about ponying up money, though, you got to talk to your producer or your station manager. They got to give you some wham when you go to one of these events. I think we spent more tipping your bartenders than I did to buy the event.
Well, you've got the brand manager and producer right here on the line, right next to me. If you want to talk to your boy Stalker, which, by the way, you're a big fan of his cut sheet. You told me.
I am a big fan of the cut sheet. Not much of a fan when he gets a little bit too on the other side, just trying to be contrarian. Every once in a while, he's over the edge.
Over the edge. Yeah. You know,
Okay.
You know.
And hey, the $10 you gave me to save that was your only $10 you had in your pocket.
I know. I forgot cash and my belt yesterday. I was in such a hurry. I was the only golfer out of probably 200 there without his shirt tucked in with a belt. You believe that?
Oh my Lord!
But Matt, the way I was hitting that ball, it didn't matter if I had a belt, right?
No, hey, but your short game and your putting game, we were. It was a great team effort by our crew. Your drives will come around, but we'll do it again next year.
All right, brother. Thank you
Matt.
for your donation, dude.
Matt, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, right.
There he is, Matt in Philly.
Matt.
By the way, such a touching moment, too. After Ryan Manion spoke and gave a speech, and then Tom Manion did as well, they played the national anthem as they do every year. Everybody just taking their hat off, looking up at Old Glory. Beautiful day. What a sight. Great stuff. And by the way, too, they have a lot of the unfortunate results of our veterans that lost their life overseas on each tee box. And I go up to, this had to be like the 12th hole yesterday, and I see the little poster board, pushed into the ground with a veteran who I'm looking at when he was born, when he died. It was 1983, and then he passed away, I think, in 2011 or 2012. I'm sitting there, I'm doing the math, I'm thinking, 29 years old, man, what a courageous individual. And then I think about all the little Gen Z snot noses that we talk about on this show, the ones that don't want to pay their student loans.
Yep.
Like, really? You don't want to pay your student loan? You don't have the right work-life balance? You can't go to the gym at 6:30? And yet I'm sitting here watching and playing golf with a bunch of guys that laid it all on the line for punks like you?
Chris Apolito wants to know if you got the ball through the windmill.
I did. I got a free round and an ice cream cone.
Balls.
Yeah. By the way, going back to the green energy thing, it's definitely green energy for the loss there.
Yo, no question.
Yeah, definitely.
No question.
Definitely.
Not that they're admitting that.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Phenomenon.
Yeah.
Right. Then the grift dries up, the money dries up, of course.
Yep. So, by the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. By the way, Rich Dealey will join us at 9:30.
Okay.
To discuss the White House visit yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
9:30, Mr. Zioli will come up.
And by the way, while you're on this, this green energy story and this kick, think about all the failures that they've had in this left-wing administration here in America. I'm talking. What was it? 42 million or 42 billion for rural internet access in the South? No homes have been hooked up. And how much money did they spend on the EV charging ports? Was it $7.7 billion? And they created 6 of them nationwide?
Yep.
It's just a waste. The amount of money that goes into this, and I'd love to know where all the money went, right?
Yep.
Big scam.
Kevin points out that we're like 500-ish subscribers away from 10,000. So, I'm asking 500 people right now. You don't even have to stay there. Just go over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button, please. It's good for my.
Go over there.
It's good for my mental health, and I know you all care about my mental health. Yes. Right.
Yes.
We love Greg.
And your allergies.
Thank you. Yeah.
You sound a little nasally today.
It's been days now. It's been days now with this.
Poor guy's got a bruised fingernail.
I have, my eyes are all watery. Like it's a horrible, awful time of year.
Is your right eye red?
Yes.
I was going to say, because I can see on YouTube, it looks like you almost have like pink eye in your right eye.
Yeah.
Your left eye looks normal.
Yeah. No, it's just allergies.
Wow.
Wiping it around.
You haven't shaved?
Yeah, no, it's gross. It's gross. I shouldn't be on camera today.
Have you showered?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
But you don't shower every day, though. We've established
No,
that.
that's not true. That is not. How dare you?
I thought you said you don't shower because of your hair. It's not good that you shampoo your hair every day.
No,
That's me.
You're not supposed to
that's
shampoo.
you.
I don't shampoo my hair.
You're not supposed to shampoo your hair every day. I absolutely shower every day.
Okay.
Showered at 4:10 this morning.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of we played a JB Pritzker about 10 minutes ago, but a reporter asked Stephen Miller yesterday about his comments, and this is what he said. This is, roll it.
Stephen, Illinois Governor Pritzker just called for mass protests and disruption, saying Republicans cannot know peace, while Trump's border crossings are down 95% and ICE is locking up 800 criminals. Is Pritzker inciting insurrection, and will DOJ take action?
Well, what I would say is that his comments, if nothing else, clearly could be construed as inciting violence. So President Trump survived 2 assassination attempts against his life. Of course, there's been many more credible threats against President Trump and his family and associates. We've, of course, seen this spate of left-wing domestic terrorism all across this country. By the way, the destruction of property sits directly adjacent to attacks on humans and physical attacks. In other words, once you tolerate and once you allow for attacks on property, you're just a step away from people throwing Molotov cocktails into people's homes. And you've even seen some, I think one example of a formerly prominent Washington Post journalist who seemed to be celebrating the murder of a healthcare CEO, right? Health insurance CEO. And that's the point we've reached in this country, where people are engaging in rhetoric and behavior that puts the lives of public servants in danger, puts the lives of conservative Americans in danger. And so that's the first thing I would say. And then, of course, secondly, right, just this war that Democrat governors and mayors are waging against federal law enforcement. I mean, this is nullificationist behavior. This is successionist behavior. Where this thing, they don't recognize the supremacy of federal law enforcement in terms of protecting the lives and livelihoods of American citizens against a foreign invasion. We've never seen anything like it. And of course, the result of their conduct is that they're allowing illegal aliens to go free and rape and murder their own citizens. So I can't imagine having a leader in a city or a state that would privilege the well-being of illegal alien murderers over their own citizens, but that's where we are right now.
And a lot of these instances, they go beyond Republican, too. It's not just assassination attempts against Trump. It's not just destruction of property and threats against Elon Musk. I mean, you mentioned the Molotov cocktail there by Stephen Miller. I mean, that was a person that lit Josh Shapiro's mansion on fire. The left has become, and I know most people on the left are mostly peaceful, but when we see all of this political violence, nobody is out of the realm of possibility of being on the receiving end of an attack. What did Josh Shapiro ever do from that deranged guy, Cody Balmer, to have the governor's mansion lit on fire? That's what they're resorting to. And it's all because there are a select few out there that are already a few sandwiches short of a picnic. They hear it, they hear it, they hear it. It gets hammered into their skull, and eventually they erupt like Mount Vesuvius. They have to stop. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. I can't believe that this is and I get it. There's very rare instances, right? But, I mean, think about it. Brett Kavanaugh, Trump once, Trump twice. I mean, God forbid, I knock on wood, I pray it doesn't happen. But would it surprise you between now and 2028 if you got a breaking news alert that Elon Musk was shot at or somebody attempted it? Would you? I would not be shocked at all. I would sit back and tell my wife, hey, somebody tried to kill Elon Musk. My wife would be like, oh, my God. I'd be like, I'm not surprised. Yeah. Seriously, I would not be surprised. Would anybody be surprised? I wouldn't.
Nothing surprises us anymore.
No.
Did you notice who kind of photobombed Stephen Miller's shot there?
No.
I believe that was Sean Spicer in the background walking by because he was there yesterday.
Spicy was in the press briefing yesterday, yeah.
Would have been better if Sean Ferris photobombed
It
it.
would have been.
Sure.
Speaking of the press briefing yesterday, let's go to, what cut is this here? Dun, 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 dun. Just talk amongst yourselves.
Discuss.
By the way, Spicer, Dawn, you got to give him a little advice there. He's getting a little baked bean. He's got to put a little. He's got to put a little SPF 30 on that dome.
We talked yesterday about the. He does. Yeah. It's very.
He's getting torched.
It's very red.
Yeah.
Did you wear a hat yesterday, Kale?
I did.
Yeah.
Good job.
I wore SPF 30. I got a little bit
job.
of sun on the face, but not a ton.
30.
Yeah.
30's okay.
I put it on right at 1:30, and I never put it on again, and I was good.
That's good.
Yeah. No. You got to reapply, buddy.
No.
Reapply. And,
But by
and
the time 3
do at least at 50.
by the time 3:30 comes, the
sun
UV rays are going down.
I got you.
Yeah, 1 o'clock is like the peak.
We talked a lot about the Shedeur Sanders thing yesterday. That was brought up in the press briefing because, as we know, the president tweeted about it, or X, or whatever he did, Truth Social about it.
I'm sorry.
What?
Jimmy Kelly in our group text says he put sunblock on with a spackling knife.
He's an albino, in case you didn't
Very
know.
white.
All right, let's play this.
One more. After the president's Truth Social post, the Browns finally took Shedeur Sanders. Does the president think he deserves credit for Sanders getting picked? And does he think going to the Browns is better than being undrafted?
Hey, I'm gonna. All I will say is the president put out a statement, and a few rounds later he was drafted. So I think the facts speak for themselves on that one, Peter.
Trump actually posted on Truth Social Friday that the Browns, an NFL team should select Shedeur Sanders, and nobody listened. Shedeur Sanders did not get drafted until Saturday in round number 5 out of 7 rounds. And by the way, speaking of, we did a lot on this yesterday with media and race around this whole Shedeur Sanders stuff from the draft. I found it interesting. So there were people yesterday that will remain unnamed that I was listening to a little bit when I was driving home. And they were saying that if Shedeur Sanders, he's got no chance to succeed with the Browns because they always kill their quarterbacks, and every quarterback that gets drafted goes to die there. Yet they were the same ones that were demanding the Browns draft him 5th overall in the first round on Thursday night. So it can't be, you can't have it both ways. You can't say he should have went to the Browns in the first round, 5th overall, and then say he has no shot because you're mad that he got drafted in the 5th round on Saturday. And by the way, for all the people out there, I know our girl Susie Cool's a big Browns fan.
Yeah.
2 years ago, Joe Flacco in 2023, technically, as Dawn would say, local story. He's from Delaware. Mm-hmm. He was the NFL Comeback Player of the Year for the said Browns that apparently destroy all quarterbacks. So if Shedeur Sanders is as good as people think he is, well, then he should be able to do what 38-year-old Joe Flacco did 2 years ago, right? That's the way it works.
Here's the thing. I can only just say, as a football mom with teenage boys over the years, those dads who are embarrassing with their sons, who think their son is like the best, and they're. By the way, it always hurts their son.
Mm-hmm.
But we all, if you have a kid in sports, you know that, especially the football dad. So to have Dion as your dad, I just think that's, to me personally, that's what this whole thing was about.
Yes,
nobody
you're right.
want to deal with him.
Nobody wanted
enough.
the circus. Nobody wanted the circus.
Right. It's pressure enough.
Especially not from a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Can you imagine you have, say what you will about Jalen Hurts, because I know he's not everybody's favorite right now, but he's a very buttoned up quarterback. Mm-hmm. And can you imagine if the Eagles would have taken him, and then, Shedeur Sanders and his film crew, and his social media stuff, his entourage was everywhere. They'd be like, dude, learn a little humility, homie.
You know who he is? He reminds me a lot of Lonzo and LaMelo Ball.
Of course, yes.
Because Lonzo Ball's dad was trying to micromanage his kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's pressure enough just to be Deion Sanders' son.
Yeah.
Same thing with Charlie Woods.
Exactly.
Your dad's Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
Nothing you do in life is going to eclipse what he accomplished on the course.
Yeah.
And then it's bad enough then when your dad becomes one of these do-good daddies who thinks, your kid is the next great. I mean, you got a better chance of winning Powerball.
And can you imagine too if Deion Sanders doesn't like let's just say the Eagles drafted him, they didn't he didn't like that his son wasn't playing, so he uses his press conference at Colorado State to smash the Eagles and be like, they wouldn't be doing this if my son was playing.
Oh, could you imagine that?
Nobody wants that.
That's the content they dream of down the hall.
Especially the Browns.
Yes, indeed.
Well, no, maybe the Browns do. Dawn mentioned Ivanka Trump.
Yes.
There's a video. This is 28 Phil. There's a video of her son Theo playing football and running races with Saquon. Saquon. Get on over to YouTube to see this video because this is a visual. Nick, if you want to describe it, roll it.
Go, go, go! He throws.
Look at that.
It's arm.
That's an arm.
It's Barkley.
Do we know how old he is, Dawn?
Her son Theo.
I'm sure you do.
I thought he was 12.
Have his birthday memorized.
Ivanka's 43.
Well, that has nothing to do with it.
It looks like about a 12-year-old. Yeah. Probably had him when she was 30.
How would you know that?
Who?
You.
Me?
She didn't have him when she was 30.
I just looked up. I just Googled Ivanka. She was born October 30th of 81.
Theo's 8. He is tall for 8.
That's a tall 8-year-old. Yeah.
It's her youngest child.
Yeah.
Born
Well,
in,
how
March
tall is Kushner? Is he tall?
He's tall.
Is he?
And she's tall too.
Yeah.
I'm
telling you, Saquon Barkley, by the way, looks a lot taller than what he's listed at.
Remember, she went to UPenn.
Yeah.
So my feeling is, obviously I think her son is an Eagles fan and a Saquon fan, but I wonder because she went to UPenn if she's an Eagles fan.
How can you not be a Saquon fan? I mean,
I know.
The dude is just
He's
like
my wife's cousin Avery went to high school with him.
Yeah.
Graduated same year. Both went to Penn State together.
Look at him running.
Yeah. By the way,
8? Wow.
If you're Kushner, you a little concerned about Ivanka?
Stop.
Eli Ricks is DMing her on Instagram.
Well, I mean, there's
Saquon Barkley has got a good relationship with her.
Apparently, there's some issues with Saquon's wife, right? She's
Yeah. Do you want to carve out a little time for that?
Sure.
You want to do that a little bit later? We'll tease that.
Sure.
I don't like the fact that people. Here's the tease for everybody out there, folks. Drudging up old stuff on social media. We'll get into that. And by the way, George checks in. I knew this would happen. Flacco is from Audubon, New Jersey. He went to college at Delaware. Yes, he was a Blue Hen. Thanks for the fact check, George.
You say dredging up old things.
You don't think you like that?
You use the N-word?
From 8 years ago when you were 14 or however old she was? 15?
So this is Saquon Barkley's fiance, baby mama?
Yes.
And her verbiage
Yes.
back in the day.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of when you go back and
I'm not either.
Rip somebody for what they said when they were a minor. This was 2012.
She was 14 when she said this?
Well, let me see how old she is now. She's dating Saquon. How old Saquon Barkley? 27, 28?
Yeah.
So that was 13 years ago. I mean, let's just say she's in her late 20s now. If you're talking about something that, I mean, if my 14, when I was 14 in 1998, if somebody went back and started broadcasting what I did as a 14-year-old,
Agreed.
I'd be like, what are you trying to accomplish here?
Agreed on all that.
You think you're going to get me canceled?
Agreed on
You're going to
all
get me
that.
fired?
Yeah.
It's just so weak. And by the way, it's coming from BSO, which is Black Sports Online, which is a website owned by Robert Little, who is a California-based reporter. And he does a lot of this kind of aha, gotcha type stuff. And to me, it sounds like a guy who is – now, I don't know if he did it himself or it was dug up by somebody else and he's just resharing it. But I think there's a lot of animosity towards Saquon Barkley. Black man votes for – well, I don't know if – actually, we shouldn't say that. We don't know that he voted for Trump. He's got no problem being around Trump in public. Let's call – I don't want to say he's a Republican and a Trump voter if he's not. But he obviously is cool riding Air Force One, being at Bedminster. And so I would imagine that Robert Little and Black Sports Online does not like that Saquon Barkley is perceived to be a MAGA guy. And, oh, by the way, dates a white chick who said the N-word on social media way back in 2012.
I will say that this surfaced right before the Super Bowl. So this first surfaced back in February.
The first Super Bowl. Or this one?
No, February.
Oh,
I'm looking
okay.
at a story dated February 7th of 2025.
Okay.
So it did surface then, but now more, I think they're revealing more.
I mean, that's the equivalent of somebody like our buddy Mike, who just was a great donor, and he wouldn't do this. And he was busting Stalker's chops of, love the cut sheet, but don't like when you were playing the contrarian role. That'd be like somebody saying, hey, Stalker, I found out what you did in Bangor in 1999. I don't think you should be the brand manager.
Sorry about that.
Hey,
I shouldn't be.
Odyssey, I think you need to fire this guy.
Well,
Seriously?
They might be onto something.
And these are the same people out there. See, this is what really pisses me off. This is the same group of people that are totally on board with no cash bail, letting people out of prison after 42 prior arrests. Yet you're going to try to go back and grab a screenshot of somebody's tweet from 2012 when they were in 9th grade? Get out of here with that crap.
I don't know what I'm not sure if she was quoting songs. You know what I mean? But here's the thing. If you are African American, you can get away with saying the N-word as a term of endearment, just like rap stars do all the time.
She is quoting the Kanye West song.
Right?
I'm not saying she's a gold digger, but she's not messing with no broke.
Blah, blah, blah. So, but still, it doesn't matter. If you are a white girl or a white boy and you like that music, just shut it. You can't. And look at, they're calling her a racist.
Mm-hmm. And she's using it without the ER. She's using it with the A on the end.
But still, that's the truth.
But that is also a term that is thrown around in certain urban communities by people of all
course.
races that grow up in tough areas. And sometimes white people are granted permission by the black community to use that word.
Nope.
Yes, they are.
Nope. You do not have permission.
I had permission to use it when I was in high school.
You might have had permission.
I didn't.
But you didn't because you're smart.
I just don't. But I don't talk like that.
Right.
I just drop F-bombs like Democrats for 2028.
Yeah. I don't think. Look, obviously she's not a racist person. I'm not saying that.
Right.
But it's one of those things where you can't.
Well, I mean, although there's probably going to be people like Joy Reid or Don Lemon that will try to say she's racist, even though she's dating and has a baby with a black man.
They're engaged.
I love this stuff, by the way. I love when sports and politics and cultural issues all jump into the pool together in a nice melting pot. I love it because I know they can't talk about it in sports, and they want to, and we can.
Yeah, but they're calling her. They're saying she's making extremely racist comments. That's what's online.
Her name
now.
is Anna Congdon.
Chris Eppolito wants to know if they offer permission in writing.
Yeah.
Trust me, if you're a white person that's ever had a black friend or a group of black friends in rough areas, if they know that you're not, quote, racist, sometimes you are permitted and they will say he's one of us.
Nope. Don't. I'm telling you, I've had this conversation for years.
I lived it. What are you telling me? I lived it.
I'm telling you, no. The answer is can't do it. And Nick, if it because you're smart, and even though you might have had permission, you didn't. But if it always comes back to bite you.
I never felt comfortable using that language.
Good.
Trust me. Now you have a potty mouth.
It's one of those things that you just, even if somebody is absolutely not a racist person, and even though it's not fair. It's not fair that every football team working out has, the N-word spewing out with the P word, with every, you know what I mean, while they're working out or whatever. But you can't.
Which I've never understood how you can work out to hip. I can't work out to hip hop music.
They all do, though.
And I grew up liking like old school hip hop, like, Jay-Z back in the day or, Biggie and things like that. I need rock music. And trust me, I'm no rock aficionado. That's Stalker and Phil's lane. But I need hardcore heavy metal when I'm at the gym. Can't do it to hip hop. Just doesn't get me going in that regard. Stalker, okay.
Greg.
Over there?
Yeah, no.
Greg, do you ever work out to rap?
I thought maybe you took too much Benadryl.
No, this is great. This is great radio. I'm just gonna sit back and let you two argue about this.
I've had since my stepson, and moving forward to now, I'm like, I have to tell them, you do not have freedom of speech in my house. So they can say, yes, we have permission to say, no, you don't have. No, you don't have permission.
No, I agree with you in your house. Absolutely.
No. Just in general, it will ruin you. We're talking about college right now. Look at this young woman. She just had a baby with a man she's in love with, and because when she was basically a younger teenager, she was putting quoting Kanye or whatever rap songs, and legit so-called legit mainstream media are saying Saquon Barkley's fiance making extremely racist comments. Those are the headlines right now.
I mean, how do we know that she didn't grow up in the rough area? How do we know that she's not from the hood?
I'm not disputing what you're saying.
She could be from the west end of Allentown.
I'm just
rough spots.
I'm not disputing, the spirit within which you're saying this.
Right,
I'm simply saying if you are a white person in America or even a light-skinned person in America, you can't.
Okay.
You think you can, you think you have permission, you can't.
Dawn scares me, so I'm just going to agree with her now. I've tried to make my case, but she's pulled out the gavel.
No, I mean, you're not, in the spirit of what you're saying, Nick, I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying at the end of the day is you'll be crucified in so-called mainstream media.
Here's what I actually find a little bit more fascinating. You said no free speech in your house.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to answer this, or you don't have to give the specifics. Are your boys on social media, or do you not permit that?
They don't. Teenagers, right? Nobody's on social media. I mean, unless you're counting Insta, but even then.
That's what I mean. Like Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok, Twitter. Are your boys on any of them?
They're not. Snapchat, they go back and forth, but they're not. Teenagers are not into social media.
Really?
And that's just it. It's all generational, and it's all changing so quickly. So that's just it. When you talk about presidential elections, so you think, oh, well, Republicans, Trump, because of Barron and whatever, he went to the next generation. But by the next presidential election, or maybe even the midterms, it'll be something different. That's how fast it's all changing.
Would you permit your boys to be on social media sharing political views?
Sure.
Would you?
But they're not on social media.
Oh. Wow.
That age group. They're just, you know what I mean?
Wait, 18-year-olds are not on social media?
18.
Wait, how old are your boys?
So
you have one in college, right?
But they're not. And even 13-year-olds are not on. I mean, anybody in high school, middle school, college, or just the first few years of college, they're not on social media.
So my 10-year-old girls are on social media, which is a bad job out of me and
But
my wife.
Are they on TikTok? They're
well,
TikTok.
I consider it all social media. Yeah, they're on. They do their stupid dances on TikTok.
Yeah, maybe girls are more into I don't know.
Okay.
I think guys
I would have figured that 18 to 22-year-old, that younger Gen Z conservative-leaning men would be on X nowadays.
Nope.
All right. Oh, you know better than me. You got the boys. I only crank out girls.
And even Insta. I think they use Insta maybe to meet girls.
I've seen a select few high school athletes from my alma mater, Easton, that they're on social media, but they use it to post their highlight tapes.
Yeah, and that's
for
their
colleges
parents.
For like recruiting.
Their parents did that,
which is weird too, because they also put their phone number in their bio. And
that's
I'm
what
like,
they all do.
Wow, I'm not posting my phone number.
But I guarantee you that their parents put that together.
Okay. Yeah.
Can we go back to the cut sheet?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir.
Dawn and I were having a moment.
I know.
We're having a moment, sir.
Coffee talk.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Linda Richmond.
Did Greg Stocker take a sponge bath?
Can we do this? This is cut 4. So this woman, I love. By the way, I will always watch, and that's the reason I always pull them for the cut sheet, because I'm fascinated by it, so I assume everybody else is too. Body cam footage is amazing to me. Mm-hmm. And this officer, I'm not really sure where this was, but this police officer pulled over this woman for speeding. He asked her to roll down her window, license and registration, right?
Mm-hmm.
She gives him the hardest time. And he asks politely many times, if you don't do this, I'm going to break the glass. So you're either going to roll down the window or I'm going to break the glass.
Oh, wow.
And he breaks the glass.
Good.
But the level of like combativeness by this woman is just out of control. I think she was looking to, because she's a black woman.
Okay.
So I'm assuming the officer was white. So I think she was looking to like have a viral race moment here.
Everybody wants to be George Floyd.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to watch these videos. Roll it.
Driver's license and insurance.
I don't understand why I was being pulled over. Can you show me the speed I was doing?
Hey, you're 153 and a 35.
Can you show me? I'm asking you, can you show me?
It'll be on the camera for court.
I know. I want to see the camera now.
I can't do that.
Can I see your? Can I speak to your supervisor?
Sure. You have your driver's license and insurance.
Hang on. Speak to your supervisor.
What are you? What are you at a Chipotle? What is this, Walmart? Let me speak to your boss,
Karen.
Yeah, is your district manager here? I need a receipt. I love how they just make up the rules on the fly because you got busted.
Is it out of line to ask to see the camera?
No. I've been told by law enforcement, always ask to see it because...
And they can do it? They can show it?
They're supposed to show you.
At the moment, during the pullover?
Yep.
So, like, if they have a gun, like one of those speeding guns, they show you? They can show you?
I didn't know
You
that.
are supposed to ask, can I see it?
Okay, so she's not wrong here then.
She's
is
not
what you're
wrong.
saying.
It's, she's being sort of, she's being snippy.
Yeah.
And she's not really being respectful. So I would advise be respectful.
But the request is well within her rights.
But you can.
Okay.
Because if there are two numbers, what you say is, officer, I know that, usually the larger vehicle is the one it picks up. So it was the other vehicle.
Oh, for
they
God's
usually have two
sake.
speeds.
That's
ridiculous. I'm telling you.
You've gotten out of that because of that?
You're a Karen as well.
You weasel.
I'm not a Karen.
Stensland, you weasel.
I'm just making my case. But I mean, be nice, be super respectful. Out of due respect, there are two speeds on there. How do you know which one's mine?
I have let me be perfectly clear. I have never gotten pulled over when I wasn't speeding. I was always speeding. So, you can say, oh, I didn't realize I was going that fast. You were going fast.
I have an admission to make then, either after this or now. It's up to you guys. You tell me.
Well, let's play. Phil, can you start it over? Because I do want to hear this.
Okay, so she's not wrong.
License and insurance.
I don't understand why I was being pulled over. Can you show me the speed I was doing?
Hey, you're 153 and a 35.
Can you show me? I'm asking you, can you show me?
It'll be on the camera for court.
I know. I want to see the camera now.
I can't do that.
Can I see your? Can I speak to your supervisor?
Sure. You have your driver's license.
What is she looking
I'm
at?
asking for a supervisor.
It looks like she's actually
asking for your
reading
license and insurance.
what
I'm
it
asking
said.
for a supervisor.
Okay. In the meantime, I need your driver's license.
I'm asking for a supervisor. Can I see a supervisor, please?
You can either roll the window down, or I will break it. Are you going to provide your ID? Absolutely. Are you going to provide your ID? Speeding. Speeding was the reason for the traffic stop. Are you going to provide your ID? Are you going to provide your ID? Okay. I've asked you several times. You refuse to answer. Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Are you going to step out of the vehicle? Okay, ma'am, you are now under arrest. You are under arrest for obstruction of official business and failing to provide your ID. Step out of the vehicle. Step out of the vehicle, or I will break the window. Step out of the vehicle, or I will break the window. Ma'am, I'm telling you one more time.
She's
Step out of the vehicle, or I'm going to break the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Please step out.
No, I didn't do anything wrong. Okay. I didn't even do anything wrong. Oh my God!
She's looking for a viral.
Crazy.
She's looking for a viral moment.
Yeah.
It's a hideous,
Yeah.
hideous human.
And even
even
if you didn't speed, you were all asked to step out of the vehicle, and then you obstructed justice. So you did it twice. That's like the same people say, "Well, I'm just here illegally in the country." Yeah, you broke the law. You're here illegally. Arrest. Gone. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, so as a female, here's the weird backward part of this. As a female, you're allowed to ask for a female officer if you feel uncomfortable in any way. You can do that.
Was that a female officer?
Yes.
The
But
first
it was
one?
the first one, and the weird thing was she kind of slipped and said, "I want a supervisor, I want a man."
Oh, did she say that?
She kind
No,
of.
I
Did she
think
say? What did she say?
Manager. I think she meant
Manager?
manager.
Okay,
Well,
manager.
she got a dude, and he broke the window.
So it was almost like she didn't want a female for her viral moment. Do you know what I mean? She'd rather have the scenario, the narrative of a white
Yeah.
man.
Right.
So there's that going on. But I still think most officers, if you say off it really respectfully, can I please see that? I can't believe I was going that fast. I mean, you're allowed to make your case respectfully, but the fact that she rolled down the window for the woman officer, now she's almost like poking the bear because when the supervisor who she asked for shows up, she won't roll down the window.
Yeah,
like she's playing games.
Yeah, and let's also be honest. How many people actually stay under the speed limit or do precisely the speed limit? Think about it, no matter what the speed limit is.
Nobody.
It is very difficult to do that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So be polite. You're basically making an appeal to that officer. Please, can you give me a break here? Give me a lesser, ticket or whatever. And I think you're right. I don't think she's making a legit plea. She's just trying to have a viral moment, so she did not want a female officer.
Yeah.
She wants a white guy.
I mean, most of the time in a neighborhood, in a residential area, if it's 25, you're going through there at 32, 33. If it's 35, you're at 40. If you're on the interstate and it's 55, you're going 65. If it's 65, you're going 78. You're going with the flow of traffic. The only people that I see that adhere to the speed limit are Subaru drivers. They're the slowest
With a
jack
Hillary
munches on the
sticker.
planet. Oh, just God almighty. And my kid's an 8th grade honors student. Would you step on it, Flo? I want to get there before Sunday. I have an admission to make as well, but we have a police officer on the line.
Uh-oh.
I want to welcome in Sergeant Al. Sergeant Al is in Philadelphia, of the Philadelphia Police Department. Hello, Sergeant Al.
Hey, good morning, everyone. How are you?
We are well, sir.
All right. To Dawn's point, you can see the video footage at the conclusion of the stop, not during, because God knows what could happen in between that time. If you have a dash camera, I don't think they all collect speed. They just video. Okay. So showing someone their speed limit, it may not even be possible. But you know when you're speeding when you're driving.
Of course.
You're not that naive.
Of course.
Yeah, and to your point, it's after you show your ID, you're nice to the officer, you're making sure that you're safely off the road so somebody doesn't. But it's like you're making your case.
There's some people you can never be nice to, Dawn.
Let me ask.
It just doesn't matter.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
Sergeant. Be honest. We don't know you. What leeway do you give drivers? 9.
If they're nice.
9 miles over that. No. I mean, like pulling somebody over. So say it's a 65. They're going 75. You pulling them over?
You usually get a 10 to 15 grace period, depending on the speed of traffic. The way I was trained when I came on the police department, now I came back in 1990. If someone had all their proper stuff like license, owner's card, insurance, you don't want to hurt a working person. That's the last thing you want to do. But some people just can't help themselves and talk them into a ticket. But that's the way I was taught. Everybody, deserves a break. And if you have everything, you could be having a bad day. But some people they're just ignorant.
Yeah.
Right.
What do you make of the officer breaking the woman's window?
Well, did you see her reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
You wanted it, you got it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how many times, officer, do you have to repeat your command before you have to take action? And then the narrative in the social media recording everything era is the officer was out of line. I mean, you ask 7, 8 times. This is not optional. This is not multiple choice. He gave a command and she didn't adhere to it.
It's funny. They want to kind of change the law where they don't want us to have body cameras anymore because it's showing that we're pretty much right most of the time.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have our moments and they don't like it.
Do you get a lot of, when you pull people over, do you get a lot of people who start filming you? Like this woman
Now
did?
you do.
Wow.
Now you do because of this. Because
oh, my God.
Before all social media got like this, I mean, they would try to sneak video footage of their phones, but now they got, with all this instantaneous video, now it's just a big thing.
Oh, yeah.
And when you pull somebody over, who's going to be your problem?
Right.
90% of your interaction is fine.
Yeah.
especially just for minor traffic violations.
Yeah, I agree. Al, thank you so much for the insight and the call. Stay safe out there.
Thank you, sir.
All right, have a good day.
There he is, Sergeant Al, out of nowhere.
Now in Pennsylvania, it says there's no specific law here in Pennsylvania that mandates that you roll down your window for a traffic stop. So it's not that's what I'm reading on here. No specific law. I thought it was the law.
Could you imagine Stalker as a police officer where the lady doesn't roll the window down and he pulls out the megaphone and starts shouting through the megaphone through the glass window? Roll down the window.
That'd be funny. But I think the only
I'm asking you one more time. Roll down the window.
I don't think it was on.
I'm asking you one more time. Roll down the window. Roll down the effing window.
Firing squad. Do speeding tickets result in the firing squad, Stalker, in Stalker's world?
Absolutely.
Yeah. By the way, so 10 to 15 mile an hour grace, huh? I never seem to catch those breaks.
I never do.
Or 10. I've always heard 10%.
Yeah.
Well, he brings up a good
10%.
point, the flow of traffic.
Yeah.
Like, if there's a lot of traffic,
and you're going
yes,
with the flow.
and you're going with the flow, they're not going to pull you over. But if you're out at 2 a.m., you know what I mean? Like, circumstances, too. If you're out at 2 a.m., you're doing 75.
Yeah, they probably assume you might have had some
Could be
drinks.
drinking.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Do we have time for my admission, or do you want to do it on the other side?
No.
Confess.
All right.
Do confess.
So this was, what's today? I'm losing track of days. It's Tuesday. So Sunday, no, Saturday. Saturday, I'm taking the dog across to this little spot that he finds very to his liking to relieve himself. And
did you clean it up?
Of course I did. Of course, I thought of you as soon as he was squatting and the steamer was coming out. So my wife comes out and she's flipping through the mail from the mailbox, and she's looking over at me. I'm like, geez, now what, right? So I come walking back over, and she goes, you ran a stop sign with a school bus?
Oh, no.
I said, no, I didn't. I said, no, I did not. She goes, oh, yeah. And she unfolds it, and it's, triple folded, and it's got the front of my truck, the back of my truck, and then the school bus with the stop sign that pops out from the side. And I'm like, give me that thing. So I look at it, and I'm looking at here, and it says, whatever date it was 4:33 p.m. on Germantown Pike. And I said, well, that would have been when I was taking the girls to dance out in Collegeville. And when I pick up the girls during bad weather at the bus stop, I'm always that guy that's, as I see the bus getting ready to pull in, waiting for anybody that's in an impatient mode and in a hurry to jet around the bus before it comes to a stop because they can't wait for the stop sign to come out and all the kiddies to get off. So I was like, I'm going to contest this. It's over $300.
It should be.
And it should be, although I don't think I ran through it once it was stopped. I'm wondering if maybe it was coming to a stop and it was getting ready for the bus driver to, put that little button.
No, the red lights go up or the yellow lights go up first, and then the arm comes out.
Yeah,
You're wrong, Kayal.
You're like the third person who's told me this in Montgomery County.
Yes.
There's something where...
And the buses have cameras now.
Yeah, the buses all have cameras, but there's something where, let's say the lights are just coming on or they're not just on yet. So maybe, because this is a relatively new technology, but
Well,
you're the third person within the last month that has had this.
I feel like this is a money grab. And to me, it was like, okay, I tried to explain my defense to my wife, and I said, it's like going through a yellow light. The red's coming. I said, at worst case scenario, I went through the yellow light. And this crab apple might be the lady that was from Ohio.
Do you hear me?
She might have been driving that bus, and they nailed me.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm always cautious with buses.
Well, so am I.
And every time there's even an inkling they're going to stop, I will stop.
Yes, because if you hit a kid, I think you should get the firing squad.
Of course, but the thing about it is sometimes they put on, before they put the stop out, sometimes they flash even when they're like turning or they're doing something else. So until you see that the stop thing go out, sometimes it's almost like when they go over tracks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They do their four-way flash or whatever. So I think it's not clear that, oh, wait a minute, they're actually stopping. And and you're going, and you're in a different lane, obviously.
Yeah.
If I were you, I would take it, because were your girls on the bus?
No, well, no. My girls were in my vehicle.
So you would just pick them up.
Yeah, they get off the bus around 3:45, 3:50 each day. We leave at 4:30 to get to dance by 5 by taking Germantown Pike to Collegeville out in Collegeville. In Collegeville, duh. This was I was literally maybe a half mile up the road on Germantown Pike between Bluebell and East Norriton. And I got nailed.
Yep.
Well, Dave in South Carolina brings up a point. Like,
What?
what buses are still running at 4:30?
Oh, they are. Yes. Unfortunately, some of these kids are on the bus for an hour.
Steven is saying on Twitter it's a license suspension too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
I would fight it just because, I would just say the truth. Your Honor, I have little girls. My girls were in, I wouldn't, if I saw that stop, I would definitely stop.
Oh, and they try to show the receipts too. They've got the picture of the front of my truck. They've got the back with the license plate. They've got the time. I mean, this thing is, you talk about a surveillance state.
But is there an image of the bus with the stop thing out?
I actually my wife is going to send me a picture of it now. I'll kind of relay it over the radio to you. I don't want to post it because it's got my license plate and personal information. There's enough sickos out there. But yeah. If it was $100, I would just pay it.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. I'm not saying
you're gonna give me the day off to go to court and fight it.
No, I'm telling you that.
Can I expense this?
You need to. Whenever there's an inkling that a bus is about to stop, you need to stop.
And that's what they want to do here.
Yeah.
But it's not always clear. You're going to end up paying the $300, but you're going to go to court to say, look, I'll pay the fine. I understand, but give me the benefit of the doubt, because they can lessen the offense because of what Greg's saying, because you don't want a license suspension. Do you know what I mean?
I'd have to do the show from home.
Oh my God, we'd have to.
Or New York City.
I'll
or
be
the White
picking
House.
Nick up. It'll be like,
if you lose your license, what are we gonna do?
Oh my God.
You'd have 2 drive time hosts that don't come into the studio.
Oh my Lord. Dude, I'm telling you, man, like, don't mess around with those buses.
Well, that's what they want.
The thing is, I wasn't.
But they're making it so that
it seems very nitpicky.
I think what they're saying is once those 4-way flasher things, the red things go, that's when they want you to stop, because then the stop comes out. There's not like a reaction time.
Yeah,
it's almost like they need something different to cue you.
Yeah, I know. I'm not Saquon Barkley. My feet don't operate that quickly.
I got to tell you guys, I am so cautious about this. There was a bus that was so I was going to make a right turn, and there was a bus like right, probably maybe 500 feet in front of me, and I was like, I'm not even going to make this right turn until that stop sign goes. Like, I wasn't going to pass the bus, but I wasn't even going to make a right turn in front of the bus. Because I don't want to get, jammed up with that stuff.
All right, my wife just sent me a picture of the notice of violation. God, it's blurry. Where did she shoot this from? Pluto?
You're going to end up paying, I hate to tell you, you're going to end up paying the $300, but they might have mercy on you and lessen what it says on there that you did.
Yeah, it says notice of violation, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania School Bus Safety Program. Notice date 4/21/25. The violation occurred on April 9th at 4:33 p.m. Germantown Pike, the West Germantown Pike. $300 if you plead guilty, mail check, the whole bit. And then, it's got my front of my truck with the full street, both sides of the yard. Then it's got the back of my truck with my license plate and my Trump sticker. And then it's got the...
That's why they pulled you over.
Yeah, right?
They realized I was a deplorable. This is a liberal school bus driver, folks. I knew I was under attack.
But the bus driver doesn't control it, do they?
Well, she's apparently the one with the. I mean, they have the camera, so this was not photographed by a cop. This is photographed by. Here's the website where you go pay it. You guys can all look at it yourself. I mean, not this specific violation, but the website is alertbus.com.
But isn't it like automated, just like Easy Pass would photograph your license
Yes,
plate?
that's what the pictures look like precisely. If you run the Easy Pass and don't pay, yep. It's exactly what it looks like. By the way, we're very big in the bus driver community.
Let's everybody who's on hold, stay there. We just have to take a really quick break.
Yeah, I want to talk to cops and bus drivers when we come back.
Yep.
Cops and bus drivers. Nobody else. I don't care. No other professions. Cops and bus drivers.
Everybody stay there.
Yeah,
Stay there.
Hold your horses. We're back after this.
We got to talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new as well as certified pre-owned vehicles available across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Trenton's latest dumb idea, equity pricing. So now your monthly electric bill is based on how much money you make, not on how much electricity you use? Who does that? I'm Jack Chittarelli. When I'm governor, the days of Trenton Democrats raising taxes, wasting our money, and ruining our state are over. I'll root out waste and corruption to cut spending. We'll cap property taxes for families and freeze them for seniors. And I'll end Murphy's radical energy agenda that's driving up our electric bills.
Paid for by Chittarelli for Governor, Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything from online to hybrid courses and lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code LEAD25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code LEAD25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Johns Hopkins University has found that just mild hearing loss doubles your risk of dementia, so hearing loss isn't something to ignore.
But hearing aids are so expensive and ugly.
Not anymore. Meet Audion Hearing. You can get nearly invisible hearing aids without a prescription starting at $98 a pair, and they're ready to use right out of the box. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, and with over 1 million customers, Audion is easy to trust. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 14th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, Achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start May 14th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Wendy's has this new Cajun Crunch chicken sandwich. And to be honest, I'm kind of crushing hard on this Sammy. It's packed with bold Cajun flavors and topped with crispy onions for a satisfying crunch. All on Wendy's iconic spicy chicken sandwich. It's honestly kind of my dream sandwich. I hope it likes me back. For a sandwich you'll love, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
See Joe Conklin this summer on the Ocean City Boardwalk with the City Rhythm Orchestra, Saturday, July 12th. It's Philly sports put to music. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal and Company, just three individuals that strongly believe in law and order, unless it regards fines and absurd bus etiquette.
It's not absurd. Firing squad for you, buddy.
All the people want to weigh in.
I know.
A lot of people. By the way, this is still technically Stalker's never-ending cut sheet, but it started a few minutes ago with a routine speeding violation, which delved into multiple officers having to deal with an unruly lady who just wouldn't roll her window down. And then I made an admission about going past a school bus as it is beginning to brake and put out the stop sign, to which video surveillance apparently and camera footage says I'm guilty and I can fight it, but it'll be to no avail. Oh, by the way, there's like a lot of tweets coming in from all sorts of people. My wife is sending me multiple pictures of the violation saying Twitter's wrong, and I will not get a 6-month suspension of my license.
Steven Hamrampton Bacon is a great dude and a cop, so his tweets, I would take them to heart.
Okay.
He says the camera automatically records once the lights are turned on.
I believe that.
The video gets reviewed by the police to make sure it's a violation, and then they send out the tickets. It's not just photographs. They will have the full video as well in court.
I believe that. Yeah. And I'm willing to pay it. I'm not going to fight it.
And by the way, Fulton Jack, I love you, dude. Like, you email me all the time. But, like, there are bigger issues. We have $36 trillion in debt, and we're talking about this.
You're right. You know,
like,
let's
stop.
Just
stop.
Let's get to the debt. Let's get to the deficit.
We will have our. I guarantee you, when I break this segment out in 3 weeks from now, it'll have better numbers than anything else we do.
Hey, you want to talk about the deficit? What's your solution for the deficit, huh? Yeah. By the way, Trump is spending money. By the way, might want to read the Wall Street Journal. He's on pace to spend more than Biden did. Nope.
We don't want to say that, though. Can't say that, though.
So tired of these people. Talk about the deficit. Maybe I'll read the Constitution while I'm at it. Loser. 855-839-1210. Get me started with these nitwits. Think they know how to program a radio station. You wouldn't know good content if it sat on your mustache. All right, let's go to Sergeant Wayne in Bucks County. Sergeant Wayne, you're on Talk Radio 1210. This is actually in regards to the speeding violation that was in the cut sheet. What's up, Sergeant Wayne?
Okay, it seems like to me that you had two questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
One, do you have the right to demand to see the violation itself on a video recording? And the second would be, do you have the right to demand a supervisor?
Okay. And the answers are?
Okay. No and no.
Sergeant Wade, my new favorite person.
So we have conflicting on the first one then, as far as the right to see the speed.
Okay, you were dealing with a sergeant from Philadelphia, correct?
Yes, the first call. Yeah, it was Sergeant
okay.
Al. Yep.
They may have a policy.
Oh.
Not a law, a policy. There is no law that demands to see the video, and there is no law that says you have the right to demand. It might be a policy, but not a law.
So when Karen Dawn Stensland asked to see the gun that clocked her at
nicely and politely
88 miles an hour in a 35.
No,
she doesn't have the right to do that.
No, she has no right to do that.
Thank you, Sergeant.
No,
so
I wasn't saying I have the right. I mean, I can ask, but I think if you look, you're at the mercy of that officer, right? And so you're trying to make your case. And so you just be as nice and polite and human as you can, and maybe you'll get a break.
In what settings then, officer, are you required to bring a supervisor? Maybe not at the request of the suspect that has been pulled over, but what situations result in a supervisor coming to the scene? Are there any?
Are there any? Absolutely. There's many reasons why a supervisor will show up, but they usually don't have to be. They know by the seriousness of the event to show up.
Okay, got it. All right, Sergeant Wayne, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sergeant Wayne.
Call back anytime.
Yes, stay safe out there, and thank you for all your hard work and your service. All right, now let's get to the bus drivers. We've got bus drivers. We've got retired bus drivers. We've got questions about bus drivers. We might have bus drivers that identify as truck drivers. Who knows? We'll find out. Frank is up first. He's in Horsham, and he's a school bus driver. Frank, take us away. Frank. All right, Frank's gone. Let's try Joe in Southampton. He's a retired school bus driver. Joe, you take us away.
Hi, good morning. I'm on speaker. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, take it off speaker. No, it's not okay. Is this, what is this? Sports
is that
Radio
better?
1999? There we go.
Because I was doing paperwork. I needed both my hands. I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Listen, I'm a retired, and there are two things. Prior to the cameras, when we had somebody run the lights, we had to get the vehicle. We had to get a description of the driver and the license plate. I went to court twice, and both times the police were there with the violator, and they told them that the bus driver was here. Then they said, "Okay, fine, no problem," and they agreed to everything. But now I retired, I don't know, 4 or 5, 6 years ago. But the vehicles now, the buses now, when you have the yellow light says you must prepare to stop.
Yes.
But once the lights come on and that stop sign comes out, the cameras automatically come on. So your car is being is front and back. So that's why there's no dispute whatsoever. When like I said, when the red light, when the stop sign comes out, the camera activates and your vehicle has been taken a picture of front and back, license, the whole thing. There's no issue whatsoever.
Okay. Will Nick Kayal have his license suspended, sir?
Well, here's the thing. I know that it's a license suspension. It's a points on your insurance, and it's a fine. And it depends. It depends. I'm not going to say. Here's the problem. The bus drivers. Our argument always was is they're not going to do anything, and people know that, and that's why they run the buses. I can't tell you how many times people have run the lights, and that's our biggest beef.
Yeah.
It's just we all say it, but the thing is now we don't know because we don't. Like I said, every time whenever we've gone to court, it's never been disputed because they know the bus driver's there, and so they can't dispute it. But so I don't know. I can't answer that question. But those are the potentially you're going to get 6 point violation, 6 points on your insurance, and a fine. So.
Yeah, I mean, I could deal with the fine and the points. I don't typically get pulled over for any types of, activity that are illegal. I typically try to do close to the speed limit. Let me ask you what it was like, Joe, because you mentioned before these cameras. So you had to literally, you see somebody that doesn't adhere to the stop sign, and you got to pull out pen and pad and write down the model, the guy's, what he looks like, what the license.
Yes.
I mean, you've got 3 seconds to do all of that.
I know it's a pain in the neck. Well, fortunately, I had kids on a bus that witnessed it too, and I said, "Hey, did you get the license of the car?" They go, "Yeah, we got it." So I got the license.
I love that.
You got a bunch of little backseat deputies.
Well,
Vigilantes.
Listen, I had 2 instances where the kids were almost hit because these idiots. And I mean, I'm not talking like where the lights just come on, they go. The bus is stopped. The kids are right there. They're across the street, and these idiots, fly through the intersection.
All right. So what was the bigger pain in the ass for you as a bus driver? The person that would run the stop sign, or the pain in the butt in the back seats getting into a fight while you're trying to drive?
You know what? I honestly, I never had a problem with students. The students, the kids were great. I honestly, I can say that I never had a disciplinary problem with any kid, elementary, middle, high school. Never had a problem. And I think for the most, there have been a couple buses, a couple routes, a couple drivers. Yeah, they had problems, and we had to go to school and straighten all that out. But no, the biggest beef we have. Well, and the other one is, everybody's on their freaking phone,
Yeah,
You
right.
stop, you're at an internet, you're there, and you look down at you're looking down at the car, and everybody's got their phone in their hand.
I don't know how you deal with it, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
I would have lost my mind.
I'm gonna start kicking some serious ass.
The problem too is listening to Ham Wrapped and Bacon on Twitter. They're going to have video of you doing this.
Yeah, I'm just going to pay the $300 and plead guilty.
Well, Road Warrior says go to court and plead down.
That's what I was saying.
Okay. We do a plea bargain.
Just make a plea that it must have just been coming out.
Yeah.
This is that you don't have violations. Your daughters were in the car with you. They're still going to have you pay the fine. You're still going to pay the $300, but you pay that. But they'll at least give you a lesser so that it's not all the points.
My wife just sent me a picture of the back. Says penalty of the violation. The penalty for the violation shall be a fine of $300. 1, violation shall not be deemed a criminal conviction. 2, will not be made part of the operating record of the individual upon which, and of course she doesn't have the full sentence in the picture. Number 3, will not be used to determine a merit rating for insurance purposes. And 4, does not authorize the imposition of surcharge points in the provision. It seems to me like it's just $300 and you're on your merry way, if I interpret those 4 bullet points correctly. Contesting the violation, if you wish to contest your liability within 30 days of the notice date, you must, let me see, she sent me more here. Kristen, can we send the full picture in these? I mean, Jesus.
It depends. If you can get a court date and you can go before the judge.
Staff photographer Kristen Kayal. I mean, she ought to work for
Kristen.
She could work for Getty Images and take pictures of Trump in a blue suit and then write headlines. Trump's the only one in a blue suit. But if we pan back, everybody's in a blue suit.
She's also like at work. She's trying to multitask.
But she works from home, so that doesn't really count.
Oh, it does count. Oh man, you're really making a lot of friends.
I didn't get much sleep last night. I had a great round of golf, a little summer. I'm a little testy today.
I can tell.
Yeah.
I could tell when I came in there to give you the live reads this morning that you were not in a good mood.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay.
My quarterback doesn't want to go to the White House.
Yeah.
He's got fugazi excuses. I've got a scheduling conflict. Can't go to the White House. I got to go shoot. I got to do an ad for Window Nation. I got scheduling conflicts.
Is he still recovering from his concussion?
All right, let's go to Ken. Ken's in Collegeville. He thinks I'm toast.
Yep.
Ken, you're on Talk Radio 12.
I
Hello,
agree.
Ken.
Hey, Nick. Just wanted to let you know a couple things.
Yep.
From what I believe, the red lights do not turn on until they start to open the door. So that pretty much means the bus has come to a stop, the red lights are on, and if they have a photo of the front of your vehicle, that means the red lights were on and, you passed by it. There is a website where you can actually see the video. It's pretty cool technology of you coming up to the bus, passing the bus, and they get the front side and rear.
What is that video, sir? What is that video? Or,
you have the website.
Montgomery County's.
Oh, it's on the citation.
Oh, it's alertbus.com. It's what I mentioned on the air earlier.
So it's all there. You can actually see it if you guys really want. While your license plate's on it, you could actually put it on YouTube video, but maybe you can blur it out. I don't know.
Ken, do you believe that Nick Kayal should get the firing squad like I do?
No firing squad. I hate to say this. I do think it's a money grab, but it is for safety.
Yes.
Of our kids. So
should I have a license suspension and be forced to work remotely from my basement? And I'll just come into I'll sit down at my desk at 5:50 each morning in my underwear.
No license suspension, but if you do attest it, then it is a video Zoom call with the mediator. It's not a judge, but it's just the mediator. And it took like 5 months. It happened to my son last May, and it didn't get resolved until like November.
Great.
So you're going to have anxiety for 5-6 months. I don't know if it's worth it.
All right, Ken, my wife actually just texted me the video. She's watching the video of my citation. So,
what's it called?
Just
Alert?
Go to alertbus.com, and all it does is bring up a citation number and your license plate. You enter both. You click View Citation.
Can we do
and
this?
You can go in.
Can we do this without?
I am willing to play the video if Phil can blur out my license plate number. I will do that for the show. Like I always say, anything for the content of this radio show.
The sacrifice.
The sacrifice, which, by the way, should come with a lifetime contract by Odyssey. Just saying. Just saying. But if we can blur my video out, you can leave my Trump bumper sticker on the back right of my truck. I'm fine with that. You could play all of it as long as my license plate is blurred out. I don't want to give up my license plate.
Phil, jump on the mic. Can you blur out his license plate? Do you know how to do
I
that?
cannot.
Okay.
You can't blur out his license plate?
Well, I mean, not in a minute. He can't.
Maybe we play this tomorrow.
No, we're doing it now. I want to do it now.
But I'm saying if he needs time to, do we have any technology in the back that blurs things out? We've got bleeps for audio. Do we have like fuzzies?
Wait, if we're talking photos, yes. If we're talking videos, that's a completely different story.
Okay. All right.
Oh, because you can't edit a video?
Or you probably can't blur.
Well, not on the fly.
Right.
This quick.
Let me actually log in and watch this video. I mean, does it really matter if I give my license plate out? I mean,
I wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean,
what are they going to do?
I post videos of my girls on X. I mean, what the hell's the difference at this point, right?
What are they going to do to his?
You never know.
For his license plate.
Yeah, don't put your.
A liberal might shoot me. You never know.
Well, you're going to die at 60 anyway. It doesn't matter.
I profile
41, 60. What's the difference, right?
Yeah, let me see. I've got the when we go to the next break, I will. I've got the violation here, and I know my license plate number and driver's license number. So I'm going to log into this site. I'm going to watch the video and take it under advisement, probably in the men's room while I'm sitting down, and then I'll come back and give you guys the answer.
Yeah, by the way, still a ton of calls. Enzioli coming up at 9:30.
That's right. Yeah. So you know what? What do you want to do here? You want to do?
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break and
take more calls on the other side.
Yeah, I'm going to have this video. I think we should do it for the sake of the audience.
I think we should do.
I agree. Too. I'll be your hero. Kayal and Company as we continue. Zioli coming up at the bottom of the hour. White House recap. Rich was there. His son was there. Franchise quarterback and a whole bunch of other receivers. Not so much. Kayal and Company, stay right there.
Wayne Realty has proudly served the mainline for over 35 years. Family owned and non-franchised, they're built on honesty, integrity, and unmatched personal service. Their handpicked team handles residential, commercial, and property management. So whether you're buying, selling, or investing, they are your realtor for life. All our agents have the knowledge and experience to enhance the process. Voted Best of Philly 9 years running. Visit WayneRealtyPA.com or call 610-687-5280 to get started today.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Porsche Delaware, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles, is so proud to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, offering specialized care for classic Porsches, as well as general maintenance services for domestic and premium brands. Whether it's tires, brakes, oil changes, Porsche Delaware's experienced team will keep your vehicle performing at its best. They also offer complimentary valet pickup and drop-off. Schedule your service. PorscheDelaware.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
They told us nothing but lies.
These timeshare thieves out there are terrible.
They bullied us.
Our timeshare is all a scam.
They stole from us. They were thieves.
I was completely taken advantage of.
Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group, and I know the tough spot you're in. Are you asking yourself, why did I buy that timeshare? I'll tell you why, because that presentation wasn't a normal sales pitch. It was a show to convince you that timeshare is a great investment. They told you it was available today and today only. They said you're foolish if you don't buy, and unfortunately, you believed them. We get over 3,000 complaints a week from folks just like you that were misled into buying a timeshare. Give us a call. I guarantee you, if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300. 800-885-3300.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Don't miss your chance to take advantage of the Buy 4, Get 4 free sale and pay nothing until 2027. Now through April 30th, only from Window Nation. Schedule your free estimate now at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of...
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Well, apparently loyalty no longer a thing. It's Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, my wife.
By the way, bro.
Phil,
Jimmy. You were so in the wrong in that video.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, see, very easy to armchair quarterback this after the fact. So we have the footage, correct?
Yes, we have. Well, you tell me, do we?
I believe Phil Almquist has it.
Phil, do we have the footage? Your mic's on.
Yes, I have what Nick just sent me from his wife.
All right. So my wife recorded the video footage off of her laptop.
As your attorney, I'm advising you not to air this.
As she is working remotely from home and not doing her job.
Oh, boy.
And she decided to not only record it and send it to us.
Yeah.
Which made it easy for us to pull as opposed to taking it off of the website and having to jump through all kinds of hoops. But she also decided to narrate it and apparently convict me.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's give everybody the chance to get over there to watch this video, because the video, Dawn, me, Phil, and Nick watched it, and there's no question in my mind.
I see. If I have a good lawyer, I think there could be some argument here with the laws of physics.
This is why, I mean, you say, as your attorney, I advise you not to. Like, the cops are going to have this video.
Right.
So it's not going to.
I'm just going to pay the $300 and call it a day. It's only 6 bottles of Woodford. What the hell?
Plead down, like Road Warrior says. Plead down.
I don't know. There's even going to be wiggle room for a plea. According to you, I'm guilty as charged.
Get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video of Nick running a. I mean, this is a firing squad offense.
Well,
in my opinion.
I mean, I might have to be deported. You never know. I don't know. Maybe a senator from Maryland will say I'm a family man, and he'll come to my defense and rescue.
All right.
Do we have it?
Are we going to do this?
Yes, and my wife decides to narrate. So this is my lovely wife, Kristen, who audibly makes her debut on Kayal and Company, even though she's throwing her husband literally under the bus.
I went to school on a school bus.
Yes, and I think this could be an electric school bus, honestly.
I love electric school buses.
Was this Kamala Harris?
Robot Speed 989 has the greatest comment right now. April 29th, 2025, Nick pays a $300 fine and gets his wife fired for announcing on the radio she isn't working.
Now you see why, folks, I don't believe in remote work.
Yeah.
This is why you should be at the office, so you're not farting around at your desk in your living room.
Oh, trust me, if you go around here to the sales offices, they're all messing around.
Yeah, they're all...
Nobody's working.
Yeah.
All right. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this video. All right. Roll it. Oh, wait. Hang on. Start it over. Start it over.
All right, so she's recording off of her laptop at her desk in front of the window.
So you see the bus, right? Okay. Yes. All right. Roll it.
There we go.
You are clearly wrong. The stop sign goes out
Right-
now and
right-
it's fully extended.
Look at
and
that,
there you
Dawn!
go.
Right through it! Right through it!
Yeah, if we are to break down this in frame by
Right
frame motion.
through it!
All right, so
You
watch.
are clearly wrong.
That's somebody
Stop
else.
sign goes
One,
out now and it's fully extended and there you go.
2.2 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, how can I, going 45 miles an hour on Germantown Pike, slam my brakes on and come to a safe halt with my daughters in the back seat in 2.2 seconds? I'm not Saquon Barkley jumping over the Jaguars defender backwards in an NFL game. I've got a huge truck. That's right, I said it. Huge truck. Courtesy of the Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Honda, the beautiful 2023 Honda Ridgeline Black Edition, by the way. And I'm supposed to come to a stop within 2 seconds? What am I, LeBron James?
It's not,
Am I a
dude.
Ferrari?
Dude, I'm telling you, I love you. It's not. This is not even close. Like, that wasn't even close.
I mean, it's
not even close, dude.
I mean, I'm going 45, probably 50 miles. What is Germantown Pike speed limit? It's got to be about 45 miles an hour, right?
Roll it one more time, Phil.
One more time. Let's go to the tape.
With your beautiful wives.
Thank you.
Commentary.
Thank you, Judge Kristen.
The stop sign goes out now and it's fully extended.
I mean,
and
that's
there you go.
a bang bang play
Okay.
a second.
She convicted you. I love it.
I'm going to say two things, though.
Yeah.
What is the visibility? There was a vehicle in front of you.
Good point.
Could
Thank
you see the bus? Could you actually see it because of the visibility? There are a lot of trees. There's a lot going on. You had
God.
2 seconds. There was a vehicle in front of you,
Yeah.
number one. Number two, why do these buses have to stop on a busy thoroughfare like Germantown Pike.
Yeah.
Pull into the residential neighborhood where, by the way, the kids are safer anyway. But stopping traffic in both directions against a double yellow line, you know what I mean? When, like you're saying, you're going, what if you had slammed on your brakes and there's somebody right behind you and they rear-ended you?
You will excuse anything, won't you?
I'm just saying.
I feel, you know what? I feel like Ralph Macchio's accomplice in My Cousin Vinny. I want that lawyer.
What was your visibility to see you had a vehicle in front of you, you have your girls in the car,
Hideous.
and you had less than 3 seconds to react.
Dawn, this is weaponized government. Now,
I mean,
now they're weaponizing the school buses to run up state revenue.
Put up a poll. Put up a poll, Phil, right now.
Less than 3 seconds.
Was Nick in the wrong? Yes. 100% he was in the wrong.
Technically, but with visibility, what was the visibility on the roadway?
Yeah.
Seriously.
It's not like I ran through it with 5 seconds to slow down.
No.
It was a bang
Less
bang
than
play.
3 seconds.
Yes.
With a vehicle in front of you.
I mean, if this was a bang bang play at first base for the Phillies, Rob Thompson would go to the replay booth.
Can I ask you, we have Rich Zioli with us. Zioli, can you hear us? Zioli.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Did you see the video of this? Did you hear what we were talking about?
No, and I just got up like 5 minutes ago.
Hey, don't bother Rich with my petty nonsense. Let's get to the White House.
No.
I got back from D.C. at like midnight last night, so I wake up and I hear. All I know is that Greg sounds more and more like Kim Jong-un every day. You know? Phil, put up a poll now and get me a dog. I'm hungry. That's terrible.
Rich,
joke.
Rich, can you watch this video? So just to set this up, Nick got a ticket for passing a bus with a stop sign up. And
that's ridiculous. You should never do that. I've got 3 kids. Nick, you've got kids. How could you do that?
I'm a threat to democracy, Rich. I have no defense for this, apparently.
And
you honestly are. And I think Attorney General Bondi needs to come after you.
Well, and also I had my flip-flops on, so my foot coordination with the brake pedal's not as good as if I had sneakers on.
So the fashion police and the police need to come after you.
That's correct.
This is the Rich, do you have the video in front of you? Can you see it?
Yeah. If I pull it up now, you guys will get feedback, I think. But all right, go ahead, play it.
Roll it, Phil.
You are clearly wrong. The stop sign goes
One.
up now and it's fully
Look at
extended.
Look at that.
You go.
Look at that. That is a clear violation.
100%.
Yes, thank you.
100%.
Yeah, firing squad, right?
And dangerous to the
Yes.
kiddos who are passing by and not good. Kale, come on.
Yeah, Dawn, I'm going to plead the fifth here. You're my counsel. I got you on a nice retainer. Defend me, please.
Number one, really 2.5 seconds to react with a vehicle in front of them going the opposite direction. Why do these buses have to stop on a major thoroughfare? Number one, they shouldn't go on a side street. But number two, to have 2 seconds to react when you're going 45 miles an hour, 40, whatever. Do you have the visibility? There are trees. You know what I mean? There's a lot going on. To have 2 seconds, I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
There's a vehicle in front of him.
Thank you, Attorney Stensland.
It's tough to see.
All right.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Let's speaking of ridiculous.
Well, we should break and then get to Rich on the other side.
This whole conversation is going to be used in court.
Yeah, right? I think he gets credit for doing a public service announcement.
I think if I'm the prosecutor, I'm pulling this entire audience. That's what I
think. You just know I'm going to get some super liberal prosecutor, weaponized government against me. They're going to see my Trump sticker on the back of my truck. I'm getting thrown to the wolves, Zioli. I'm toast.
Yeah, no, they might actually support the death penalty in this instance.
Amen. Amen.
Just to shut down another conservative-leaning host. So
well, there is a Trump bumper sticker, Rich, on the back of his truck. So he's already guilty.
His own wife.
He's done.
Yeah,
he's done.
My wife.
You're gonna wind up in that prison in El Salvador after this is over. So
they threw me in a gulag. Kayal and Company, Zioli's White House recap that did not include Jalen Hurts. It's coming up next. Stay right there.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Well, spring is here, and it's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you got to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and let you start your project with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including a more comfortable home and lowered monthly energy bills, while you'll have the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Yo, it's Coop. You want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Of course you do. Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity, stream with a voice-activated remote. You can just sit back and enjoy, dude. And when you get lightning fast Fios home internet, you can binge, you can game, you can work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts. And for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV. And this is so cool, get a Samsung 43-inch class TV. Yes, a TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you. Connect all your devices at once at the speed that you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For VZ gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever's first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25. While supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Maybe I didn't love you quite as often as I could have. And maybe I didn't treat you quite as good as I should have.
Which might explain why my wife convicted me on live radio.
If I made you feel
It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, Greg, Phil, and Jimmy, as Rich Zioli is with us, fresh off of his trip to the White House yesterday with the Philadelphia Eagles, Super Bowl 59, and the star of the show, Patrick Zioli. Rich, great stuff, man. So great seeing you and your son together. How was the day yesterday?
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it was great. We had a fantastic day. Patrick was on cloud nine, as you can imagine. He was just loving it, and he loved doing the show with me yesterday. He loved all the interviews, and he kept talking about that over and over again. He's like, Dad, that was the best day. Best day. Love the interviews. And I even said to him, if you want to play on your iPad or watch it, he's like, no, this is great. So he sat there with me the entire 4 hours we did the show, and then of course, on the lawn of the White House. I mean, he was into it the whole time.
Can we finally fire DeSantis and hire him as your producer?
Yeah, well, he's more mature than DeSantis. So I had to do Fox News last night. So Matt drove Patrick home, and Patrick got home and he told Bridget all about how he's like, Mom, Matt likes the same video games I do, and he likes to and he likes McDonald's, and he likes to play this game and that game. Like, he's a child. He's a man child with a Harvard degree. So yeah.
What did you make of the situation yesterday? Because we went through some of the names, and I know most people don't care about who the player is or was that was there versus not there. But a sizable portion of notable names like Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. What was your take on that as far as Barkley going and some of the pushback he's facing versus Jalen Hurts and some of the pushback or praise that he's getting for not attending?
Nobody cared who wasn't there. That's the thing. The energy was unbelievable. Everybody was happy. And I think it was smart they didn't bring any attention to it. I think it was smart for the president not to trash Jalen or anything like that. Mm-hmm. Because it was a very positive event. They gave him a jersey with his number on it, a 47, with his number of his presidency. Everybody was happy. And I think, credit to the Eagles who went. And I liked what Jeffrey Lurie had to say. I mean, look, Jeffrey Lurie does not agree politically with Donald Trump, but he said it. This is a time-honored tradition. This is great to be here. I think that what the coach said, too, what Sirianni said, really mattered. And it was just a very positive event. There were no politics involved. So what I said yesterday on the show was it's Jalen Hurts' loss for not being here today, for not being part of this and being part of history, because nobody cared what your politics were yesterday. It was all about the Eagles, and nothing political took place. There were no questions. The president didn't make any political comments. So it was their loss for not being there is how I would put it.
Yeah, and the way I looked at it this morning and framed it was I was disappointed that he didn't go, but I just didn't like the sequence of events, right? You go back to last Thursday, he's at that time event. He gets asked the question. He doesn't answer it, literally says nothing, gives a bunch of passive-aggressive smirks and smiles on his face. And then the claim is, I think NBC was the first to report it, he had a scheduling conflict. You add those two together, that's what doesn't jive with me. I would probably respect it more if you just said, no, I'm going to pass. I went 7 years ago, whatever. But the way he went about it, it comes off as BS to me and a little passive-aggressive. And that's where I have a little bit of an issue with it.
Who everybody loved is the security guard.
Dom.
Oh, we love Dom, right?
Big Dom.
And we got to see him. So after we left the event, we walked down around the White House, and you could see the buses lined up. So we waited by East Executive Avenue as all the Eagles left the White House and got on their buses. And even when Big Dom walked by, people on the streets were like, Dom, it's Big Dom.
He's a rock
He
star.
kind of stole the show yesterday, yeah.
Does he resemble, and is he about as big as you've seen? You've been with Tom Homan in person, correct?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, he's bigger than Tom Homan. He could eat Tom Homan.
I was going to say, he might be like a nephew of Homan's. It might be like Homan's sister's son or something like that. He's a big boy.
I mean, the president is a big guy, right? And I've been around him. He's a very, very tall and just big guy. But he was, dwarfed by some of the players yesterday. Right. And the way they had it framed, because they were all on the steps, as you guys saw, and then they came down and they were around the president. I mean, he kept saying during the event, he's like, these are really big guys here.
Yes,
so,
yes.
But it was, like I said, it was really fun. Everybody had a great day. It was hot. It was very, very hot. The only thing is that everybody stood when the president walked out and nobody sat down. So unless you had a front row seat, or you were a dwarf or like a giant, it was hard to see a lot of it, but everybody had a great time.
Yeah, most importantly, because we are a week away from politics and pints. Yesterday's a long day, right? You go all the way to the nation's capital. You're not back until midnight. You're gutting it out here 9 hours and 43 minutes after you got home. How's the foot feeling?
It hurts like hell. I had to do so much walking yesterday. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, no, it's in pain. I'm probably gonna need another week off. To be honest with you.
Stop.
That's because I had to do Fox News last night. I don't know if I mentioned that or not.
Oh,
I was on.
Right. Greg loves
Look
when you
fabulous.
mention that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I have to do it again tomorrow. I got to go to New York, for America's Newsroom tomorrow morning.
Boy.
Did
they?
I
love him.
But you guys will love this. Do you remember when we were at the White House years ago?
Sure.
And do you remember, Greg? You gave Kellyanne Conway the Zioli Army shirt.
I did. Yeah.
So yesterday she was there and she came over to me and she said, I have a friend whose name is Zioli, but every time I talk to her, all I think about is you because of the shirt you gave me in the Eagles Kelly green.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Kellyanne Conway brought that up yesterday.
That is amazing. I mean, like, she should have worn it, but
Yeah.
but
Right,
yeah.
right. I mean,
By the way, your coverage in all seriousness, because God knows I'm never serious, but in all seriousness, your coverage yesterday was amazing.
Wonderful.
You did, like, in case you didn't, go back on YouTube and watch it. The 4 o'clock hour from like 3:50ish until it started at 4:30. You were doing like play-by-play right there on the lawn with your son. It was awesome. It was awesome. It was everything I would have hoped it would be. Not just like, and here is this person, and here's this person. It was just like the real feel of being there. So go back either on the Odyssey app on the rewind or on the YouTube video and listen from about 3:50 till 4:30, and you'll get the feel of the entire thing.
He is so impressive. He's so tall.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like blown away, and everybody kept saying the same thing to me. Your son is so polite. He is so nice because I mean the kid he met, Secretary Turner. He met a cabinet secretary. Senator McCormick was there, so he met Dave and Dina.
Yeah.
He met a bunch of Congress people. I mean, for a 10-year-old kid. Because I brought him right up to the front where all the VIPs were, and he was just shaking hands and talking to everybody. I could not bring a microphone there. They wouldn't let us bring any equipment, so I literally had to take my AirPods out.
It was amazing.
And hand them to people to talk on the air. And, in hindsight, I probably would have gotten there earlier. I just assumed I could just cut through the South Lawn and be there in like 4 minutes, but I couldn't. That's the only reason why I didn't even go on until 3:50.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, everybody was just ecstatic. And if the Eagles win next year, we're going to do this right. Well, we'll actually do the show from the South Lawn. Like, we'll do it right next year.
Cool.
Now, Breitbart is reporting that Patrick Zioli, in a two-hand touch game of football, tackled Ivanka Trump's son.
Yo.
Can you confirm that?
It was I can't. It was flag football, and I signed an NDA, so I actually can't talk about any of that stuff. The NDA still counts from
All right.
2015.
All right, don't give it all away here. Tune in this afternoon, 3 to 7 p.m., when you'll give the full entire breakdown, right, Zioli?
Can't wait.
I'm excited to see you guys at Politics and Pints next week. I should be remote from, I think I'll probably be in Florida, but no, I'm kidding. I'm looking forward to being there together on stage.
It's going to be great.
It'll be
All right,
fun,
and
yeah.
hey, if my license does get suspended
No,
by
it's
that
definitely
rogue
going
bus
to.
driver, just shoot me a text with tips on how I can broadcast from home.
Why don't you shoot us how much bail money you need?
Lots. Thanks, brother.
Love you, Rich Zioli.
Love
See
you,
you
man.
guys.
There he is, Zioli, coming up at 3 o'clock today with a full recap of yesterday's festivities. We have time. Oh, we got a break.
No, we have to break.
All right, we'll take a quick break, come back. We'll get to our morning mystery movie clip today in music history from Phil, and also what's on tap for the Dawn Show as I get ready to head off to a gulag in El Salvador. Kayal and Company, back after this.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Spring is here. Don't let stiff or achy joints hold you back. Rescue Natural Supplements is proud to bring you Rescue Glyco Plus. This incredible supplement is specially formulated to support joint comfort and flexibility with a powerful blend of green lip muscle complex and UC2 collagens. This unique combination helps maintain healthy cartilage and provides smoother, more comfortable joint movement. Right now, Rescue Glyco Plus is buy one, get one free for anyone with our exclusive radio code. Just use the code RELIEF to double up your order for free. Again, that's RELIEF. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable rescue product consultant. You can also use the code online when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Get back into action with less pain and more comfort. Again, use that code RELIEF to buy one, get one free on Rescue Glyco Plus.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. swishradio.com, code RADIO.
Bill Spadia lies about being with President Trump from the beginning. Here's Bill Spadia in his own words.
I'm not here to fight for Donald Trump. Again, I have my issues with Donald Trump. I wrote about how he failed as a president. Trump should have been tougher in his first term. I've said this before. President Trump failed. I don't want him to run again. I do not want President Trump to run again.
Bill Spadia, full MAGA? More like full of Paid for by Chitterelli for Governor, Inc., 99 Grey Rock Road, Suite 202, Clinton, New Jersey.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040. 800-854-4040.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The Dawn Show is coming up in just about 6 minutes. We'll find out what she has on tap, as well as Phil Almquist with the music. But first, the movies. Jimmy Kelly with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We're taking over the bus.
So you want to take it over, huh? That's right. Control. Well, who the hell's going to drive this thing? You want to turn left. When do you signal? 50 feet? 100 feet? 600 feet? You come to an intersection. There's an ambulance, a police car, a fire engine. Who has the right of way? All right, here's an easy one. You come to railroad tracks. What do?
Open your doors.
Open your doors? When? Before, during, or after? You don't know, do you? Well, that's sad, pal. She just killed him.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints next Tuesday, May 6, 7:30 p.m., Phoenixville at the Colonial Theater. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck as more shots are fired in my direction. Now it's time to get to the music, and it's Phil Almquist with What Occurred Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, April 29th, we celebrate the birthdays of Willie Nelson, who's 92, and Mark Kendall from Great White, who's 68. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Duke Ellington, born in 1899. We also lost Keith Ferguson for the Fabulous Thunderbirds in 97, and John Hinch, the first drummer for Judas Priest, in 2021. Singles include Dance the Night Away by Van Halen in 79, Respect by Aretha Franklin in 67, and Diamonds and Rust by Judas Priest in 76. Albums include Mr. Bad Guy by Freddie Mercury in 85, You Can't Stop Rock and Roll by Twisted Sister in 83 in the UK, Fair Warning by Van Halen in 81, and Prayers for the Damned Volume 1 by 6am in 2016. Also in 80, Black Sabbath began their first tour with Ronnie James Dio. In 98, Steven Tyler tore his ACL during a show in Alaska that postponed the Nine Lives tour. In 2003, a $5 million lawsuit was dismissed versus John Fogerty after a personal injury lawyer claimed he suffered hearing loss from attending a Fogerty show. The judge said the plaintiff assumed the risk when he attended the show. In 2016, Jimmy Fallon and Paul Rudd do a shot-for-shot remake of the video for the Styx song Too Much Time on My Hands. In 2014, Quiet Riot's documentary debuts, and 50 years ago today, the Vietnam War ended.
Wow.
But lastly, on this day in 93, Barry White guest starred on The Simpsons, where he served as MC of Whacking Day, a top 5 episode of all time.
It is.
For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Phil Almquist, there you go. The Dawn Show, a.k.a. my defense attorney, coming up at the top
Yes.
of the hour. What do we have lined up?
Yeah, right at the top of the hour, since Trump mentioned her, and obviously we're talking Trump, 100 days in office, and so Stacey Garrity, who he mentioned yesterday while at the White House, our treasurer here in Pennsylvania, so we'll talk money. Pennsylvania, I wouldn't want to be on the committee to balance the budget as far as nationally, but she certainly is Pennsylvania's number one person for that. So we'll talk to Stacey Garrity, also a military veteran. So we'll have that conversation. We have great interviews, a lot breaking. And by the way, we are expecting some decisions possibly coming down minutes away, and that's SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States. So maybe that'll be one of your big takes. I don't know yet, Nick, which ones are expected, but
Yeah,
we may see that today.
I'm going to take a nap. I'll sleep on it. I'll see what materializes. And I think Trump is speaking tonight at 6 o'clock
in
for
Michigan.
The first 100 days. Yep. All right, the Dawn Show. Actually, we have time for the winner on the air?
Oh, good.
Fran in the Northeast. Fran, what movie did we just play for you?
The Big Bus.
The
That is
Big
correct.
Bus.
Woo!
Wow. Good job,
Fran,
Fran.
congratulations. You will be at Politics and Pints next Tuesday. And if my license is suspended, I'll be getting there via bus as well.
I love electric school buses.
All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Tuesday. Dawn is next. Bruno joins us tomorrow. Until then,
good night, everybody.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on time.